Liquid greetings. Welcome to another video. And we are continuing in this short mini series regarding how Indians did not have, nor did Indians create the public. I felt moved to speak on this because from what I can see, there is there's a push among many Indians as far as the message they are conveying on their various video channels. And I just found myself asking questions. How do we go from, as we always say, Indians not taxed, not enumerated, not represented in Congress, to our republic, or we had a republic, or we want to reestablish our republic? This is what you will hear on, I'd say, any given day, on any given American Indian YouTube channel. And just in general, Indians think that they are in a partnership with their colonizers who were not invited by said Indians. So we're going to use one of our common examples of a thief in the house. Yes, because that is, in essence, what we have in real life. So you're going about your business in the, I'd say, the mid 1500s is when we first got the into our house of uninvitees, going about your business, cultivating your corn, daily life as American Indian, right? Whatever that is. But you are basically the ones running your country. When visitors appear on your shores and they're basically, it's like you're talking to them and they're looking over your shoulder at all this land, all this good land. They see your produce looking very delectable, very delicious. You might see some drool sliding down their chin as they're speaking about how good your land is. And I'm from England, representing our Majesty the King. We Yeah, I mean, just hanging out in the Atlantic Ocean and the gyra kind of brought us here, and we just going for a little look see around the uh, unknown world, and here we are. So basically, they just drifted over here, and as you're greeting them, and they're focused on this vast land behind you, and he's trying to focus on you, but his eyes keep going from side to side. He's eyeballing your 13-year-old daughter. He's just he's having an eye orgasm just looking at your land, right? So you, as an American Indian, you very cordial. You begin to work out where these people could stay because it looks like they not really, look heading back to the boats, to the ships or whatever. So you realize, oh, they stayed for dinner. I wish I knew you were coming. I would have made an extra portion, but hey, we're gonna wing it. And as the months go by and more of his friends are coming, you realize they really like you visiting your house. And it looks like they want to stay. Okay. So you decide that they can have this land over here. And you know, I I guess more of them were coming. And so now they want a little more land and more land and more land. And so, you know, it seems to be going okay because it's been said that, Indians didn't have a concept of land ownership that Europeans had. So whatever interactions took place, our ancestors, they let's just cut to the chase, ladies and gentlemen. Offering uh, a lost stranger a place to stay in your home typically doesn't end up with him taking complete ownership of your home and then saying that this is not your home and your home is in Africa. Okay, let's not play stupid. I'm sorry, that's the only word I can think of. Ladies and gentlemen, that situation does not a business deal make? Because that's, again, we use that term a lot because that's what we were hearing. Indians are being told somehow that this was a business deal. Um, as of today, if we look at uh, the whole Indian phenomena, you don't what the last thing that comes to mind should not be that Indians have industry, say like even a tobacco industry. That was one of our crops, the cotton industry, the corn industry. Those, particularly those industry, possibly the fur industry, they should be if Indians were in any kind of business deal, you know how Cartier has been around forever. In fact, we found out something about some Cartier that ended up meeting some Iroquois late in the game. You know how corporations have been around for ages, and you're kind of shocked to find out that MetLife existed during the slave trade. Where do you see an industry that is known to be particularly a copper colored type of Indian, the original Indian, his industry where it's profiting his family to this day? Because the chain of, I don't know, business commerce never changed. You know, again, we hear about Kellogg's, the cornflake brand, but you would never connect that to American Indians, although it is American Indians who originally cultivated corn. Now, as of today, corn is basically seen as, let's just say, not very uh, high in the nutrition category. It's not one of the foods that are, necessarily beneficial. I mean, I think it was something done at a time, perhaps when we needed to supplement, uh, our options of food. But it would never have been a sort of intentionally harmful uh, uh, creation to the creation of corn. The manipulation of corn. But as of today, it's really not seen very favorably in, again, the nutritious food type of category. And we know that corn is famously the food that appears when you turn around and see what popped out into the toilet. And there it is, undigested, right? So I guess what I'm saying is we don't know what or how the production of corn has been compromised. Um, but it's a very widely used uh source. And the corn syrup, the tortilla industry, corn oil, it's very, somehow it has just diversified. Corn it's really big. So what that would have looked like, it should have appeared to be one of the industries where I would say, with how far and wide it is used in the food industry, Indians should be billionaires. all Indians. I'm sorry. It's something literally created by American Indians, literally. Like if we were able to be in a quote unquote actual quote unquote business deal, I would think that would be high on our list of commodities. Again, along with fur, tobacco, cotton, all of those industries, American Indians should be billionaires on their land. What I'm trying to say is if there was even the slightest reality in the notion that we were doing business with the United States, those businesses would be exclusively Indian, exclusively American Indian. And it has a lot to do with the crops, not just corn, not just tobacco, not just cotton. But what is it? The Three Sisters, squash. Uh, I forgot what the others were. Also, um, if we were in control of our resources, the fishing industry, for all the waters that are in the Americas, should be dominated by American Indians. If we were in a business deal based on the natural resources of this land, timber, the woodwork industry, billions, trillions, the Federal Reserve would owe us to no end with the money they print, and they would pay us first. We wouldn't owe anything to the United States. And that's how a business deal should have gone. And in fact, it would be something where we would be able to sustain ourselves just with what the United States uses of our resources. The republic that Indians are gushing over, and I guess praying for, that I hope never happens. Yeah, never happens. Why? Because that's not original to American Indian culture. That is an English. You can take it further back than that. It's a Roman, Greco-Roman type of deal. So there's definitely, I almost want to call them drafted Indians. Grafted meaning they are so Moorishly grafted into basically Moors or Negropean realities that they don't even really know what their origins were, or they are willfully ignoring them, or they just have no sense of pride in themselves as the original people of this land and what was going on originally. It just does not factor into the new brand of American Indians who are actually batting for their colonizers' government and legal systems. And I always ask the question, ultimately, add it all up and bring it up to today. Ultimately, what did these English systems of law, politics, or government, what have they done for American Indians? And you really need to think about the answer to that question. As of today, we talked briefly about it. Can't say I know all the details because I'm actually fed up with the little race crimes that become, these big black and white caste system dramas. Oh, the quote unquote black boy stabbed the little white boy. And oh, look, he's going to prison. Oh, he got charged with murder and not self-defense in a stand your ground state. The connection that American Indians are not making is that this is what the Republic has ultimately brought them to. The Republic misclassified American Indians. If this were an Indians versus a quote unquote European type of criminal activity, what is happening to quote unquote blacks would be considered genocide. Having American Indians fill the prison system is a form of genocide when you take into consideration that they are being charged more severely than quote unquote European or any other race in this republic that American Indians are whining for and hoping to recreate. You will not be doing that to any successful effect. Why? Because what you have, what you see, is what a successful republic looks like. And if you can't figure out that this is how it works, you're just not even, dare I say, you ought to be genocided because that's what you're asking for. That is what you're asking for. If you keep putting yourself physically, mentally, spiritually in the position of your colonizer, then you deserve to be genocided because that is what your colonizer wants. If you are telling yourself other than that, you are sorely mistaken. If you think a blackface makes all of this somehow impossible, if you think a blackface makes your genocide impossible, you are deluding yourself. You just don't know. History is screaming at us. King James was a whole nigger. King James was a whole Negro. He brought the state here. And originally, when the Republic began with the 1787 Constitution, Indians were not enumerated, but not taxed. They were not represented in Congress, which represents the Republic. Congress, the Supreme Court, state constitution, the United States Constitution, civil rights, citizenship, wardship, guardianship, Negro shit, all come from the quote unquote republic. And again, while delusional Indians will be pushing, trying to influence every American Indian to be part of a republic, what are they going to do with the Indians that shove a copy of the Constitution in their face, the Constitution that represents their republic, and show them the part where we, as American Indians, are not taxed by your republic, not represented in your republic, not enumerated in your census? What are those republicified Indians going to say to that? I'll tell you what they're going to say. They're going to turn to their Moorish daddy and say, "What are we doing now, Daddy? I thought you said we all had a republic." Well,
The Moors did. Is that does that count? I look just like you. Okay, well, can't I say we? Cause we got the same skin tone. So uh and an American Indian still won't get it. That's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing complete willful ignorance. Yeah, yeah. I see people just, pumping out their videos daily, pushing this republic as if they're just a freaking robot. You know what? I think they are. I think they are. Got the jab too, you know. Um, so yeah, what are American Indians going to say when they're face to face with Indians who know that they're not supposed to be part of the republic? What are they going to do with you, American Indians? Again, do we ask the question, are they going to proceed to genocide you or attempt to genocide like their republic does and still do? Hmm? Or what are they going to do? What are they going to do when they realize you have more authority than they do because they chose to be in the position of a foreign? So we're gonna share our screen and try to get into some of these screenshots. Okay. This, I may have said, is the gift that keeps on giving. Uh, this is the Constitutional Rights Foundation letter that we have gone to several times because it shows us what the republic, how it operates, how Indians did not have a say and Indians did not consent to basically any of the decisions that their republic made for them. The republic just, well, it did what it said. It acted like a guardian to civilized Indian wards. You see, in a republic, American Indians are wards. Okay. So they don't have a say. Again, the examples we look or talk about are Wendy Williams in her guardianship or Britney Spears in her guardianship. Uh, I have to say, God bless Britney. I believe she's out of her guardianship. Uh, but looking at the two, Brittany and Wendy, I just feel that we see more of Brittany in day-to-day activities. I mean, yes, she seems a little off. That you just can't deny that. But she's still trying to do her thing. She's uh, busting out her dance moves from the comfort of her home. Wendy, on the other hand, it's like Wendy can't even, I don't know, it just seems like she's not in a state of mind where she can even do that which she loves, and it's very heartbreaking. This is an American Indian, I would presume, of Wendy Williams. I mean, we can't be sure, but um, and it's just I don't know, maybe this could be a picture of how guardianships affect uh, possible American Indians versus how they affect Caucasian women or pop, you know. Again, I didn't actually look, but I believe Brittany is no longer in a guardianship. We'd have to look it up. Whereas I was surprised to recently learn that although they told us about Wendy's not having frontal lobal aphasia or whatever they call it, um, I was surprised to learn that she's still basically in a guardianship. So this is what Indians get when they are in a republic and they just want to basically take the place of their colonizer as opposed to getting rid of the trash completely. They just want to trade places. Why would you want to trade places with a foreigner? You need to stand in your place as the original owner of the land. People really don't understand that concept. Indians are so used to not having an identity that they will take the first one that comes along. That's why Moors have so much success with their mental programming of American Indians. What American Indians have forgotten is that as just being American Indian, you are the authority on this landmass. But I just think American Indians are selling themselves short. I think they are being delusional. Even if they're not delusional, they're being delusional, you know, in rationalizing the maintenance and continuance of a foreign English legal system altogether. Again, I think when American Indians learn that this entire system is based on English law, we try to give you a hint when we talk about the Don Lemon episode. That's just one. And trust me, it's not the only one. It's just the most popular one where Don Lemon was brought up on some kind of literally trumped up charges based on old English law. If American Indians were in their right mind, the first thing they would say is, I'm an American. How are you bringing me under charges based on laws of England? But we forget that the entire system is English. We just forget it. And we go merrily, however ignorantly, forward on stupid. I am so sorry to use that type of language, but I don't know what other language fits what I am hearing and what I'm seeing. Indians, know your lane and do not share it. Do not step out of it. You will be up for elimination. Even if you think you are not. If you're trying to be part of a republic that ever since it got here sought to diminish you and literally genocide you. The paper genocide is a form of genocide. And if we do our little commonsensical, we'll see that it definitely led to a physical form of a genocide with the last biggest health epidemic. Uh, it's not even fair to call it an epidemic when it was gain for function, I think is the term, where you create an epidemic quite literally. Enter Mr. Fauci, enter Mr. Gates of hell, which is that the latter being the real TKO, ironically. So that's a literal genocide attempted genocide, but that's just it. When you have a system that's constantly attempting genocide, you don't want anything to do with it. You are crossing wires and you are making it almost laughable to try to bring the full uh, uh, spectrum of criminality to the entity. In other words, if you're trying to be the criminal entity, it's not very likely that they're going to face the full spectrum of consequences for their criminal, genocidal, unlawful, illegal activity. You simply just do not take the place of the criminal as a means to avoid being victims of the criminal. You stay who you are as a witness to what the criminal has done. I know it seems like all we have to do is take over Congress. It was not designed for a one race, one uh, what do we call it? One ethnic group, one uh, it's a conflict of interest. It's a conflict of interest because it leads to the Americas playing host, inviting people to leave their homelands. To what? Take the place of American Indians? Because that's what it amounts to. When someone is coming here to quote unquote gain a nationality, while the ones who are the original people of the land lose their national identity, if you want to call it that, their American, original American position or standing, then something is wrong, ladies and gentlemen. But that is what the Republic was designed to be. It was designed to be a place that welcomes foreigners constantly. That's unending. It was created for foreigners, by foreigners. Moors are foreigners. But because they ride so hard the idea of looking like American Indians, they have fooled American Indians out of their best interest. You do not want the world coming to your land to make a living that has them surpassing you in your ability to earn a living. You don't want a place where foreigners come here and they receive education as almost like it's thrown at them while you are languishing on the sidelines, like Mr. King said, as this system dreams up all kinds of ways to create privileges and benefits based on the standing of American Indians, the United States citizenship being one example, affirmative action being another example, things that are created loosely referenced as being something for quote unquote people of color that we know that coloreds are actually misclassified Indians. This republic pretends that these privileges and benefits are exclusively for people of color, but then we find out that everybody's considered a person of color if you're not Caucasian. So that's how American Indians continue to be overstepped, sidestepped, undercut, cheated, psyched, cajoled, fooled, misled, derailed, marginalized. Don't see that this is all coming from the Republic. This is all coming from the Republic because it was built that way. You are not going to change the intent, the spirit. You call yourself spiritual. What do you think the spirit was behind the creation of this republic? Do you really think it was for what, the land of the free, home of the brave? Think that's what this was built for. When they came here, you got to go to the origin of a thing. How did it get here? Did you invite it? Did you need quote unquote business with this republic, or did they need you? And in their need for you, what did they do? Took you out of the equation. It is not the need for you. It is the need for what you own. It is the need for what is yours to be theirs. It is not a business deal. I'm so sorry to break that news to you, but I feel like you should know this. And if you didn't have Moors constantly talking bullshit, you would be able to focus on what's really going on here because the Lord knows it is practically up your nose. It is so in your face that it's practically up your nose. If you open your mouth, it'll go in there too. Treatment in the Republic, it speaks for itself. No matter what you say, no matter how you try to minimize it. When you complain about the disproportionate imprisoning of American Indian males, when you complain about the continuous brutality or the situation that we spoke about that's in the current zeitgeist, the young man who was defending himself, stabbing a uh, a young white male. Um, if you have the presence of mind, you'll realize that this is not random. This is routine. Same thing over and over and over and over again. This is what the Republic is doing. This is what the Republic is allowing. Okay. So we just want to keep in mind this document. We might, we just want to look at it and quickly, if we can. That's our favorite highlighted portion. Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3, representation in the Republic or in the House of Representatives, which is the part of the Republic. Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3, representation in the House of Representatives was based on counting all free persons, 3/5 of slaves, but excluding Indians not taxed. Thus, American Indians were not considered citizens of the United States. We're very repetitive. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we really, really, really are. And we have to be because we are being programmed away from that highlight that we're looking at. So that's why we keep going back to it. And it's like I said, the gift that keeps giving. Okay, so American Indians were not considered citizens of the United States. Let's blow it up. We do this all the time. Yes, we do it because we're on a mission. Okay, American Indians were not considered citizens of the United States. So what that means is they were not part of the Republic. Uh, you don't even have to be a legal expert to understand the last sentence alone. Let's read it one more time. And again, if we have to. Thus, American Indians were not considered citizens of the United States. How many of our listening audience know that or knows that to participate in the Republic, you must be a United States or a state citizen, especially a state citizen. Actually, we could maybe rephrase that. A United States citizen is not partaking in the Republic with any authoritative uh, credentials. A state citizen was namely the one type of citizen that took an authoritative role in the Republic. But, excuse me, United States citizens, they were just rebranded slaves. Yeah? United States citizens were emancipated slaves. They were emancipated from private indenturehood. We always have to remind ourselves that that was actually indenturehood and not slavery. So sad that we have to do that, but they do have to conflate it with their out of Africa slave narrative. So that's why they use it, the term slave instead of indenture. But I was so shocked to read, according to the Jim Crow Museum, that they even called these imaginary African slaves indentures. So the Republic has, as we might have noted before, they have this penchant for mixing indentures and slaves as if they're one and the same. Because in the world of the Republic, they are the same. They don't want to make a difference between American Indians and free persons of color. They don't see a difference. And that's how they designed it. They don't see a difference between indentures and slaves. And there are serious differences between the two. Again, an indenture, the idea is that they're just working as sort of like a barter. If they owe a debt to the person that they're an indentured servant to, then they work off the debt and they're back to being American Indians in the case of American Indians. But our argument against the Republic is that American Indians don't owe a republic that stole from them. Again, where's our cornflake industry? Where's our corn industry? Where's our cotton industry? Who took that? Where's our tobacco industry? Where's our fur industry? Where did it go? That's all Algonquins did was supply these damn French with furs. That's all they, my goodness, they wanted so much. What did they do with all that fur? I still would like to know. I really, you know, um, I'm tempted to think maybe that was just a way of them having us participate in supplying blood sacrifice to their deity. I mean, it's like just kill everything that has fur. So what? How much fur do you need? You know, we supplying, what is it? The whole family's wearing fur coats, even the baby. How much, what is the fur? You know, well, let's not go there. Nothing colonizer does make sense. He was probably just trying to deplete us of an industry to bring us, if that was your major thing that you had, I just say colonizer was just wearing you out to make sure you depleted yourself as a means to bring you to your knees. What is this big demand for all these fur pelts? Who's it? What are they supplying every nobility in Europe, their entire family? What? You got a fur coat, you got a fur coat, you got a fur coat, you get a fur hat, you get a fur hat, you get a fur hat. You get fur boots, you get fur boots, you get fur boots. I really think they were trying to deplete us. The consumerism started with colonizer and the republic. Um, so we really need to, when American Indians who are woke read this that's highlighted, the question is, how are you a part of a republic? It's a real simple question, so simple. But we have to repeat it because of the mass programming. So this is what I'm saying, ladies and gentlemen. When the delusional alleged American Indians try to create their little republic or recreate colonizers' republic for him, you know, showing their complete devotion and mental programming to their master. How are they going to answer this, what we're looking at, ladies and gentlemen, when American Indians who are not willing to continue in a legacy of colonization as a stain on their uh, higher legacy, when American Indians stand up to the Fakians, new, I guess they're hoping it's going to be a Negro Republic only. They're going to get a lot of pushback from the people who I would say like Anna, and she would have every right to push back when she fights and says, nope, the Republic was not a one race thing. That's the whole point of Moore's bringing other races here was to create a system that would be inclusive of these other races. Of course, they won't say that. No, a liar lies and deceives, which is kind of worse. But they're quoting the Constitution here, ladies and gentlemen. The Constitution is the document of the Republic. Okay? So the Republic says that American Indians were not considered citizens of the United States Republic. Is that a hard concept? Are there any objections to the truth of the matter? Okay, so if you want to take a screenshot just to show any of your fellow American Indians who are not clear, please do. Okay, so I think we're done with that. So that's the first thing. I think also we wanted to maybe, if we can quickly go to the parts of this document that we spoke about, where we, in the Republic, Indians don't have to consent to their domination. They get that. Okay, so this is supposed to be. Are we back to not being searchable again? Let's see. Okay, now I've made this a searchable document, but it looks like it has uh, uh, re 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 what do you call it? Retracted back to being non-searchable. That's okay. Wait, it went to the bottom of it went to the bottom of the document. Okay, this is really interesting. This is supposed to be searchable. This was searchable. Okay, so we're not gonna fall into that trap again because we do have our highlights this time. So that's highlighted, but it's not what we're going to talk about. Article 2, Section 2, Clause 2. This provision gave the president the power to make treaties. As we always say, uh, not only did it give him the power to make treaties, it gave him the power to apparently end all treaties. So, point is mute here. if that is the only way to deal with another nation, and the United States decided one day, yeah, I don't want to do treaties no more, that means you've just been made into the bitch of the United States because it's not looking at you as a separate nation anymore. So, yeah, they took the power to make treaties so that they could end treaties. Let's just go to the natural conclusion of the power to make treaties. And I really think they're overloading that statement, and it's quite literal. Like when you hear it, it says the power to make treaties. So if we take a very literal reading, which I'm sure the United States did, it literally means they make the treaty and you sign it. You know, I mean, you can't really say that it was anything else because, again, American Indians are perpetual slaves, and then the perpetual slaves are made perpetual wards, and the United States is their guardian. That's why they said, my wards don't need treaties anymore. So it was the doctrine of discovery that made us perpetual slaves, and it is the Republic itself that made us wards. How's that Republic working out for you? Huh? Tell the truth. Tell the truth. That's what Nancy Wilson said. Tell the truth. So we're not going to look at that. We want to go to the parts where no consent. So when it comes to removal of Indian tribes, in 1787, Congress enacted the Northwest Ordinance to govern territory north of the Ohio River. This law recognized that Indian land and property shall never be taken from them without their consent. Oh, bullshit. Now this is not the one we were looking for. But your consent, see, uh this definitely is not true because we saw that with the okay, so that was 1787, right? Look at the date, 1787. When did the John Marshall cases take place? That was in the 1800s, right? Judge John Marshall with those foundational federal Indian cases, Cherokee Nation versus Georgia, stuff like that. Uh, yeah. So, the title of this section is Removal of Indian Tribes. But the first paragraph says in 1787, Congress enacted the Northwest Ordinance to govern territory north of. So they're making an act for themselves to govern, not for Indians, right? North of the Ohio River. This law recognized that Indian land and property shall never be taken from them without their consent. A few years later, President George Washington was personally involved in securing one of the new country's first treaties with American Indian people, the Treaty of New York in 1790. As part of this treaty, the Creeks gave up some of their land in Georgia to the United States in exchange for a deal and farming tools. Okay. Well, again, back to our point. Um, that was in 1787, but by the time John Marshall created made up law that he called federal Indian law. He said that Indians are just occupying the land and that it is the United States that has uh what do you call it? Title, complete title. So in 1787, Congress enacted anything that Congress is doing with Indians, like this one we're reading, they don't have the authority to do it because Indians are not represented in Congress. So um, we are having some kind of cognitive dissonance with this first uh, entry here because again by 1823 is the first case in the John Marshall trilogy. Then there's a 1830 and no 1831 to 1832. That's the trilogy of cases where the judge finally set the record straight that Indians do not own this thing. You see what they say, land and property shall never be taken from them without their consent. Well, it's not their land and it's not their quote unquote property by the time John Marshall creates federal Indian law in his three foundational cases. So this, in other words, Congress giveth, so therefore Congress can taketh away. When is your daddy? The things it gives you, although it calls you an Indian giver, the things it gives you, it can take away. That's how you have to look at every single piece of legislation that Congress has ever made. That of a guardian to a ward. Again, we read in the first highlight of this document that Indians are not part of the Republic because they're not represented. So for Congress to even have this act having anything to do with Indian land, it's unconstitutional. It's unconstitutional, although it's racked with loopholes that allow Congress to be, I was going to say the final say, but it's more like the only say. Truly, truly. Okay, so they threw us a curveball with this first one, you know. Um, so let's move on to the next one. But we dealt with that curveball. Okay. John Marshall trilogy happened in the 1800s, and that erased all of that you're looking at, the Northwest Ordinance. Okay. So let's look at this. The Indian Removal Act. In 1830, Congress and President Andrew Jackson passed the Indian Removal Act. The Congress and President Andrew Jackson, Indians are not part of that. Okay. Over the next few years, the U.S. pressured most Native nations in the East to sign treaties that gave up their lands in exchange for reserved lands, reservations, promised to them forever, in quotes. But I'm glad they put it in quotes. These were mostly in what it was called Indian Territory, now Oklahoma. And some people make a point that how did all those Negroes get in Tulsa, Oklahoma that the Republic bombed? Because they were Indians, right? That were moved. in the Indian Removal Act. There were no Asians there, right? There were no Native Americans in Oklahoma, right? So that's 1830. So by this time, the Indian Removal Act, this is after 1823 when Judge John Marshall started laying down his law. Now, again, we always saying, how was Judge John Marshall able to just make up a law like that when uh, neither he nor Congress, they don't have Indian representatives in Congress. Indians are not represented in Congress. They're not taxed, not enumerated. So how does he get to judge over them? He to judge over Indians that are not represented because of the doctrine of discovery. So that's why American Indians really, we can supersede all of the red tape and confusion of the Constitution by simply going to the doctrine of discovery. When we argue the Constitution with this beast, they're going to support their unconstitutional acts come hell or high water, and they're going to make it sound legitimate. And because it's not a legal system from American Indians, but a legal system from England, what can we say? You can't argue with the one who created the entire construct that you are basing your whole entire life on rather foolishly. You have to know that if your legal system was created by a country that happens to be a monarchy, baby, you have a big red flag trying to get your attention. England is a monarchy to this day, right? They will come up with some way of saying, but not really a monarchy. It's like a, you know how the Barbizon School of Modeling, you could be a model or just look like one. That's what England is doing. We just want to look like a monarchy, but we not real. American Indians, we cannot fuck with that kind of uh confusion. We have to say if it looks like a monarchy, if it talks like a monarchy, walks like a monarchy, and is called a monarchy, then that means it needs subjects, no matter what you call yourself. What is the point we're making? The point we're making is that the entirety of the republic that Indians want so bad, the entirety of the republic is based upon English laws, laws of England. Is England a republic or a democracy? Truth be told, I bet they will say something like it's a democratic republic monarchy. Okay. Uh, um, you have a monarchy creating the entirety of the legal system that they are calling a what? A democratic republic or something. But who created it though? What the system of laws including Old English law that Trump was pulling up, a German man in America relying on England's laws. Um, your republic was created by a monarchy. Your republic was not created from a quote unquote free country or, you know, land of the free. No, subjects are subjects. I mean, you might argue that they're glorified slaves, serfs on land that is not theirs but belongs to their monarchy. And that's exactly what the United States is doing here with American Indians when they say that we don't own the land, we just occupy it like a serf. This is what your republic did. Are we clear? You want a republic? Okay. Again, when you run into Negroes like me that tell you why we're not part of it, you're just going to have to come together, I guess. You're going to have to fix it. uh, and by fix it, basically, I mean stay out of it because you're not going to be able to boss up on American Indians claiming their birthright with your republic. You're going to have to consult your Moorish science temples, and they're not going to be able to argue for you. Why? Because they're not birthright Americans. Their claim is Morocco. And then they come up with all this foolishness to try to make Morocco over into America. It's something they found in 1956. There was a Morocco in 1956. Yeah. Well, when you got expelled from Spain, where did you go in the 1492? Wasn't that the Morocco you ended up in it? How do you get expelled from Spain in 1492 and end up in a Morocco in 1956 in the Americas? You sure that's the same Morocco? How? Oh, no, how? So you say you originated in Africa, so then how did you end up in America? But you married into an Indian family and then just took them over and said that not it was actually me who originated in America. No, it's the Indian family you married into and then erased and then took their place because you're a supplanter and a deceiver. Remember, you told us in your Bible what you are. More. Some of us have not forgotten. Now, those silly Indians you fuck with, I, I guess maybe there was a jab before the jab that you already gave the civilized Indians that make them forget, have memory issues, aphasia, frontal lobe aphasia. Is that why these Indians forgot that you're from North Africa? Again, not every American Indian forgets these little details. So, ladies and gentlemen, I really can't stand the shuck and jive bullshit that Moors do with this, how they rationalize the fact that they're North African and are somehow American. That is, if that don't show you the definition of a liar, I don't know what does. Seriously. How can you take someone like that seriously? How can you? They're delusional. They're delusional. Um, okay. Because I have a couple of versions of this document, and I'm feeling like, did I pull up the wrong one? Because we want to quickly look, and of course, nothing is ever quick when we do it, right? Um, so in 1830, so now Congress has really swung into action. We read here that they will never take land without the consent of American Indians. Well, that was in 1787. And some Indians will say, well, that's the republic that we want. No, it's not. It's not. It's not. You didn't have one before 1787. You didn't. So the idea, Indian, in case you forgot, is that you have to go to your original. You know what original means anymore? I hope you do. You have to go back to your original position prior to colonization. But if you're telling me that you didn't exist prior to colonization, well, that's a different argument. And I have the remedy for that. The remedy is you're a Moor, and if this republic is your origin, you actually don't belong here. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so that was the removal. I'm just trying to, I don't want to read the whole thing, but it's interesting that they're saying the name of this section is removal of Indians. And then the first paragraph is saying the law recognize that Indian land and property shall never be taken from them without their consent. So then how did they get removed? Okay. Uh, let's see. Oh, yeah, in 1823, oh, right here, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so they are talking about it. In an 1823 Supreme Court decision, Chief Justice John Marshall wrote that the Indians had the right to occupy the land, but they could not own it. Marshall also wrote that as successors to the British in North America, only the United States federal government had the right to acquire Indian lands by treaty or conquest. Why would they say conquest, ladies and gentlemen, if this was a business deal or if the Republic meant you well? Do you see that, ladies and gentlemen? He said only the United States had the right to acquire land by treaty or conquest. Then I'm going to ask people to be real logical right now. If I can take something just by conquest, what do you think? Why would I want to do it with a treaty? You know what I'm saying? Like a treaty, as we said before, is going to limit me. But if I just fight for mine and just take what I want, why? How is a treaty? Well, that's why they stopped doing treaties. United States is one slick beast, but not against the ancestors' awakening. They are just so laid out for people who are just willing to see. But some people don't want to see this. They are dedicated to their master's republic and their sultans or monarch's republic because they're serving their sultan or their monarch. You see, I don't know. Maybe he makes them some kind of higher position in their caste systems. If you convince these American Indians that the republic is theirs and they created it, and we just are just taking advantage of this wonderful creation, maybe the sultan or the monarch will make them a lord or a lady or something. I don't know, a prince even. Maybe that's what they're going for. I just don't know why someone would bat so hard to be dominated. I'm just trying to figure it out. But Kanye said slavery is a choice. He sure did drop that. He sure did drop that one. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we hear that the Northwest Ordinance has just been struck down, quote unquote, legally by a Supreme Court decision. Once again, we have to say Judge John Marshall made shit up because it wasn't in the Constitution, but he could do so because of what? The doctrine of discovery. Okay. Okay. Yeah. See, so I guess we solved that little mislead highlighted. I don't even know why I highlighted it, but it's because the word consent was there. But of course, we had to get around the shenanigans. Okay, so in 1830, Congress. So again, this is after 1823. Remember, we were so for man, I should have highlighted it. Okay, so 1823. 1823 is when shit got real. Okay, 1823 Supreme Court decision. Chief, should we highlight the whole thing? Yeah, I guess we might as well because we should have before. We really should have. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Stop it. It's hard to highlight when they don't take away this thing, you see? Like, how can I highlight if you don't move? You got to move this box. Okay, so but that it won't let me highlight it if I remove the box. I swear my computer was hijacked. I just don't. A lot of stuff don't make sense anymore. I don't recall this doing this before. Boy, and it should do it. Okay, this is what we got to do. This is what we got to do. We got to move this down, right? Then we got to go back up here. This is so inconvenient. Um, and then we're gonna dump that and let's dump that and let's just start over. It's supposed to do it in a way where it's a straight highlight, but it's doing a crooked highlight. Okay. So the Republic is a successor to the British uh yeah, dates. Okay, so what we want to say here is that the Republic, as we were sort of indicated, is basically Britain. Okay, it's a British creation, and they are the successors to the monarchy. The United States just told us because what Judge John Marshall wrote that the Republic is a successor. That means it took the place of the British. And as we said, where the British didn't genocide their colonists, the United States are genociding American Indians with the paper genocide, and then with legislation that forces people, or if, we can't even call it legislation, right? Because it can do anything it wants. It just mandates that, you better get this jab or else we're going to make you get fired. Yeah, this is the land of the quote unquote free, but they're not just say, and aren't we reading that this republic is a successor to the British monarchy? Okay, so they have become our monarchs. The republic is a vehicle for judges and Congress, Supreme Court judges and Congress, to be the very same monarchs that they fought against. They fought against themselves being dominated, and then they turn around and dominate American Indians. And they telling us we can't. This is it, y'all. Although they broke away from a whole king, they're telling us that we cannot question their authority. You cannot have your land back because we say so. Of course, the thief is going to say so. That's why we need American Indians who know better, not some idiots looking for a fucking republic. Or French, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so I guess we're taking more of a scenic route than I wanted. So yeah, John Marshall decided that the Northwest Ordinance was some bullshit because Indians don't actually own land, they just occupy it, and they are the successors to the monarchy. The Republic is the successor to the monarchy, in case you didn't know. In 1886, the Supreme Court upheld the Major Crimes Act. This decision by the court allowed Congress to exercise plenary power or unlimited authority over Indian affairs. Okay, so this is an act. Again, we said your guardian can make decisions for you without your consent. So this is another example, as we did this video before, but we just want to keep it up front center that in a republic, you don't have a say. Your guardian does. Okay? All these acts were without American Indians' consent. Okay? And we have to know that just by the date, 1886. This is after Judge John Marshall. His ruling was in 1823 that we don't own land. We just occupy the United States land. The General Allotment Act in 1887, Congress, was the next year, Congress passed another act, the General Allotment Act, aka the Dawes Act, with no Indian involvement or consent. None of this is with Indian consent. Okay, so we just want to, sort of see this in action here. Okay, so the missionaries wanted Native people to become Christian farmers and abandon their own culture. So this is the erosion of Indian sovereignty by the Republic. One cruel way, okay, they want us to abandon our own culture, language, and beliefs. And that's what happened to Ojibwe. our writing, as well as our language. Excuse me. One cruel way they did this was to take Indian children from their parents without their permission to attend boarding schools off the reservation. At these schools, mainly white missionaries forced the children to conform to white American cultural norms. Uh, so just examples where the Republic is being the guardian that they said they are to your wardship. In 1903, the Supreme Court decided that Congress could allot the tribal land of the Kiowa and all other Native nations without their consent, even if doing so meant the U.S. government was breaking a treaty. Court ruled that all Indian matters, not just commerce, like the Commerce Clause says, the court, the Supreme Court, ruled that all Indian matters were within the plenary control of Congress. Now, we say it often, and again, we're being very repetitive. Clarence Thomas, for the first time, very recently, questioned and said that the Supreme Court actually, or the United States actually does not have all this authority, right? They realize they're being found out. So he makes a statement, but he does absolutely nothing to rectify the overreach of the United States, the Republic. He doesn't do anything. He just says, we really don't have that kind of power. Plenary authority is not even a word or a phrase in the Constitution. We just fooled you for let's see, that was in 1903. It is now 2026. How long did it take for the Supreme Court to realize that they took more power than they had, especially over people that are not represented for all these changes? Let's take a look. Let's whip out that off-screen calculator. 120 years. It took the Supreme Court 120 years to realize, oops, I think we overstepped our authority by saying that we have all authority, plenary control over all Indian matters. Basically, ladies and gentlemen, they can dictate how you go to the bathroom with this much power that they're taking, how much toilet paper you can use, whether it's the extra soft brand. They say all Indian matters, ladies and gentlemen. When can you take a dump? I'm sorry if you have to go at 2:00. Dumping hours are end at 1. You better hold that shit till tomorrow. Indian matters. Okay? All of them. Now, yes, we can argue that they won't or may not go that far, but they are giving themselves the option to. You see? That is the problem when a government, a republic, claims that they have control over all Indian matters. They're not limiting themselves, ladies and gentlemen. They're leaving the field open. Okay? That's the problem here. This is what the republic was built to do. Let's not kid ourselves. Okay. So they shouldn't have been doing any kind of acts with American Indians simply by Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3 alone. Let's go back up here and read that article, please. Okay. Okay. Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3. Representation in the House of Representatives was based on counting all free persons, three-fifths of slaves, but excluding Indians not taxed. Thus, American Indians were not considered citizens of the United States. If you're not a citizen of the United States should not be making any acts where they have control over all of your affairs. They should have control over absolutely none of your affairs. If you had land to yourself and they even tried to pretend that they were going by their constitution that we did not ask for, which was imposed upon us due to the doctrine of discovery, if they were even trying to pretend that you were a separate nation, this greedy beast of a bastard would at least let you have your land all to yourself without any of their interference, just like they do in Europe. Germany does not bleed over into Austria or whatever. France does not bleed over into England, does not bleed into Norway, does not bleed into Italy. They are nicely separated nations, right? Each with their own. No one of them can tell the other what to do, right? Here, this United States thing, this corporation is saying, you ain't giving you none of your land. No, you're just occupying this, but you have no, they took what they call title, you know? So America is said to be the land of the free, but who does the land belong to? Well, it's supposed to belong to American Indians. But even when foreigners come here, oh, who does the land belong to? Well, at this point, the Republic, again, they turned everybody into half, well, except the full United States citizens, which are quote unquote colored people, but they turned everybody else into half and half. You half a slave and half a state citizen. That's the dual citizenship. But American Indians really never were dual citizens. We went straight to being United States citizens. Because as we're reading, American Indians were not considered citizens of the United States. But the federal government grabbed us up into the United States citizenship, and we didn't ask them to do that. The Republic makes all the decisions for Indians. We just read that. We're just questioning how they did that when the Constitution says we're separate. But their ultimate argument is, well, the doctrine of discovery is what we go by. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you think we were going by the Constitution? No, that's just, window dressing, as we always say, so that we look good and you look delusional. Like these Indians who are their future is a damn republic from their colonizer. That's their highest aspiration for their future and the future of their children. Well, again, if you're a foreigner, a republic is your last resort. But if you're an American Indian, the republic is subservient to you, and it shouldn't even be here. We don't want any trace of our very shameful long episode in our history. Why would we want to keep little tokens of our domination? Only a let's just say, ignorant uh, uh, slave would want to keep the slavery system as if it's their own, so they can be just as guilty of those that they expect to get reparations from. Reparations is that getting your land back, and the eradication of the republic in a peaceful, civil manner. Okay, so again, we kind of taken a longer route than we wanted. Uh, but these things need to be hammered. They really do, unfortunately. Uh, was that the last? Okay, as political scientist and member of the Lumbee tribe of North Carolina, David E. Wilkins. Oh, wow, I had some Wilkins in North Carolina. Has written Native people did not ask for U.S. citizenship, but rather the 1924 law thrust citizenship upon them without their consent. I want to read that one again. And in fact, I kind of want to make it big. So, political scientist and member of the Lumbee tribe. Let's see what Lumbee, I'm just curious. Off camera Google search. What linguistic linguistic group are, it might not be what I hoping it is. Oh, interesting. Okay. Okay. So AI is telling me that the Lumbee do not have a surviving traditional language. I just asked what linguistic group. I didn't ask you if they still had it. Historically, their ancestors were survivors from various Algonquin is first, Iroquois and Siouan language families. Okay. Okay. So the Lumbee do not have a I didn't ask you if they had a survivor. I said what linguistic group are the Lumbee? And they should have just said they're trying to say it's all Algonquin, Iroquoian, and Siouan. And what you will find is that those were said to be the three main quote unquote linguistics of the Eastern Woodlands. But lately now, as deception is critical, we know already that Algonquins are the only that had a written language, a writing system. Iroquois and Siouan did not. So Lumbee, they say, their ancestors were survivors from various Algonquin, Iroquoian, and Siouan language families. Well, only one of those language families had a writing system. And if all Indians supported their own identity as a distinct people, they would have to go with their Algonquin lineage. If they have all three of these, they would have to go with the one that had a developed writing system if they're in support and pro their ancestors who were most showing most signs of age or history and even what colonizer calls being a civilized people, because colonizer says you have to have writing to be seen as a civilized or evolved type of people. But then when it comes to American Indians, he's trying to take away what shows them up as being an evolved, civilized type of people. And he wants to run with Iroquois and see you and anybody else other than Algonquin because he wants to appear as if he brought you civilization that you didn't already have, did have. But it was called Algonquin, and colonizer does not wish for us to identify with our most advanced, quote unquote, linguistic. Okay. Again, we've decided that when colonizer says we had different linguistics, evidently it's still the same language, just a different linguistic of the same language. So, in a way, he is telling us that Algonquin is the one that the other ones are sort of dialects of. In his own way, he is trying to tell us that, but he's a deceiver. So he's still trying to say that Algonquins were like just the same as all the other ones. No, we weren't. Not if we had a writing system that you had nothing to do with. The civilized tribes writing, colonizer has something to do with that. They introduced Roman alphabets for the civilized Indians, the civilized tribe Indians. He didn't have to introduce anything to Algonquin Indians. What are we saying on this channel? That we all started out Algonquin. That was our language. It wasn't just on the coast. Even him saying that only coastal Indians had writing, to me, it just sounds foolish, but it's also disrespecting the civilized tribes to say that they didn't have anything that the coastal Indians had. It just doesn't make sense to me, ladies and gentlemen. But in colonizers' drive to make Algonquins as if they were only on the coast of the Americas, and that inland we had like a larger sector of dummies. You know what I'm going to say, ladies and gentlemen? I'm going to say we all had writing inland and coastal, all the same, just a different linguistic of the same language, but we also shared the writing. Ojibwe is what they called it. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, I think we'll read this one more time. As political scientist and member of the Lumbee tribe of North Carolina, David E. Wilkins has written, Native, let's just say American Indians did not ask for United States citizenship. What does that mean? We were pulled into the Republic. This is what I'm trying to get American Indians who care to understand. This is not to one up you. This is not to act like you don't have a brain. But because our indoctrination is so heavy it's coming from like a Moorish thing, because a lot of these Indians, as you will see, are being advised by Moors. You'll see them invite them on their channels and all of that. And then they sit there and tell us that a box in front of Donald Trump while he's making some kind of statement saying anything but what the Moor is interpreting. But the Moor is saying that the fact that there was a piece of tape on the box covering a certain letter, that means that he just turned the government over to American Indians. Yeah. 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 That's what Moors are advising. And American Indians are actually believing it. Oh, we got the government now? Yeah. But he didn't say it though. No, he can't say it out loud, but he can do sign language. He could do numerology, zodiac chart if you want him to. He could read your palm. And but if we were to interpret all of those different modalities, we will find out that he just turned the land over to all American Indians. That is so wonderful. We are on our way, aren't we? We sure are. That's what the Moors is advising people, ladies and gentlemen. Seen it with my own eyes. I couldn't believe what I was seeing, but there it was. And we rely on that. That's why we sit back and we don't do anything. We just listen to Moors basically saying, um, it's just happening without you doing anything. It's just happening. Now, the awakening, I do believe that just happened. Yeah, I think I'm kind of like a living witness to that. There's no way you would be able to have convinced me even 5 or 6 years ago that it'd be a voice with a level of authority on what I'm speaking on the YouTube regarding American Indians. That's completely. Now, the ancestors could do that, but ancestors are not going to they're not going to make a foreigner an American Indian. They're not going to leave that work of an American Indian. They want you to do it in as much as possible because it is your birthright. You're the only one who can really do it. Everybody else is going to be cheating you out of it. Foreigners are just going to like Moors. They're going to tell you that somehow what we just read, that we did not ask for United States citizenship. They're going to they're not going to say that, ladies and gentlemen. You can tell because they're basically pushing the Republic's agenda onto American Indians. They're trying to create a we have to go by like you'll hear Indians say, I do things in a civil manner. Now, when we say that, we just trying to soothe the savage beast. We don't because what we are saying is the beast don't like that. But what the beast does like is when Indians say that we're trying to recreate the republic, then the beast's like, yeah. And he also likes when some Indians say that, oh, I only do things legally. I do things in the law. Well, if the law is unjust, you're doing things unjustly at best. Oh, they might be legal, but they may not be just, especially to American Indians who were not supposed to be citizens. Like we have American Indians say we're supposed to act like citizens, even if we're not. It's not really cutting it, yo. It's not cutting it. You could preach that all you want. It doesn't make sense. If I'm not a United States citizen, I don't have to act like one. I don't have to support everything the United States does, especially if they're genociding me as I live. And we see it. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm just going to have to put it in. Maybe people won't agree, but when you have incarceration at the levels that we have for American Indians, that is a genocide in and of itself. If you have, again, the prisons just filled with American Indians above and beyond numbers of other races of people, that's an intentional thing, and therefore it is a form of genocide. I mean, you know, they 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 might be able to procreate in prison, but they won't be able to be, be fathers to their children. And I mean, I don't think it's yes, there's conjugal visits, but this not a way to bring children into the world when you have so many, particularly and exclusively American Indians. We're talking about American Indians. If they're if like half of them are in prison, it's a form of genocide. If you ask me as an American Indian looking at this picture, yeah. So American Indians did not ask for United States citizenship. Your guardian said you're going to have this, but rather the 1924 law was thrust upon American Indians. Well, we want to make a little distinction. It was thrust upon us when we were quote unquote emancipated. And that was in 1868 when the United States citizenship was originally enacted. So the real American Indians were thrust into the United States citizenship first. And then the Fakians, the quote unquote Native Americans, they got it like way after in 1924 because, they have to sort of make them follow a script very similar to ours. So, yeah. But real Indians, the ones who really have power on the land, they're the ones that a colonizer is going to want to scoop up into United States citizenship first. You see, Native Americans came in 1924 because the United States already have control of the land through the real Indians. They ain't getting nothing with these Native Americans, but a certain look, you know. So they didn't really need to make them United States citizens because they don't have the land like that. Remember, in the South, we were not on reservations. The whole entire South was ours. The whole entire North America was ours. But I'm just saying that whole episode in the South was because that land was so fertile, so that had nothing to do with reservations. It's we had the land. And so what I'm saying is these Native Americans, they don't have anything that the United States wants except for a certain look. So then they drag them behind us, and in 1924, they get United States citizenship. So yeah. So I think we're what else do we have? India. Okay, I thought this was interesting. This was not really anything. It's just saying Congress passed the Indian Self-Determination Act. The law once more promoted self-government and greater tribal sovereignty. Uh, the tribes now had the authority to administer reservation health care, schools, police, child custody, and many other programs. Yeah, your guardian is trying to make it like you got some real sovereignty, but you don't because he's still your guardian. That the federal government had long control to act further recognized that the U.S. still had a trust responsibility to protect tribal treaty rights, lands, and resources. So they're keeping the land in a trust. You don't need a trust if you're here, ladies and gentlemen. But in colonizer world, he's gonna always try to keep a trust so he can still control the land. Um, so that was in 1975. Now they want to make it look like we have self-determination, right? It's all a game, ladies and gentlemen. They still, to this day, are going by the doctrine of discovery. That's why they're here. They can't be here without the doctrine of discovery, period. So they're never going to stop using the doctrine of discovery. That's what makes profit so profitable. You have to have a doctrine of discovery. You can't treat these people, we American Indians, you can't treat us fairly. All you could do is constantly wish us away to the cornfield. That's all you could do. That's all you can do is constantly wish you could be like little Billy Mooney or Mooney in that episode of the Twilight Zone and wish us away to the cornfield. That's what they're constantly doing when they're not doing these little window dressing acts that Indians have nothing to do with. They passed an act for Indian self-determination and did not consult Indians. They just, you know, so much for self-determination, right? They're telling you what you can control, and they still have most of the control. So anyway, Indian casinos are located on reservation land, but the tribes do not have complete sovereign control over them. Once again, in 1988, Congress intervened by passing the Indian Gaming Regulation Act. This act requires a tribal government to negotiate. So they tell you you have to negotiate an agreement with the state over what games are allowed and what regulations are required before the U.S. Department of Interior approves the casino. So you're an American Indian on your reservation, and the federal government is still finding a way to make you uh, seek or require your colonizer republic to give you permission. Ladies and gentlemen, this is never going to work. It's never going to work. It's never going to work. So we made it through this. Okay, so now we're going to try to get to the next thing we had up. Speaking of republics, we asked AI earlier tonight, when did American Indians create the republic? Now, you know that was like somewhat of a tongue-in-cheek uh, question that we already knew the answer to, but we just want to make sure that we can get some Indians to become real Indians again and not some kind of colonizer hybrid of an American Indian with confusing aspirations that may not necessarily have the best interest of American Indians or a majority of American Indians in mind. So when did American Indians create the Republic? We asked AI. American Indians did not create the Republic of the United States. Oh? Can't tell that to the Indians who want one, though. They are confusing their identity with free persons who are Moors. Moors are basically folks who bite hook, line, and sinker into the Abrahamic religion. It really is, it has taken over their entire soul, basically, and they see that just like they see the government as the only option they have. Only what colonizer gives me do I see as legitimate. Everything else, even if my ancestors did it, that was some bullshit. They were heathen, just like colonizer told me. And I'm gonna roll with Abraham. So that's the difference between, as we say before, uh, many times, that is the difference between an original American Indian, an indoctrinated American Indian, an original American Indian, and a Moor. So the indoctrinated American Indian is just like a Moor in his thinking, in his politics, and in his religion. He's a Moor. An original American Indian will reach back and say, that's not what we believed historically, so it doesn't apply to me. And I don't have to believe it unless I'm choosing slavery. You see, slavery is a choice. So, when did American Indians create the Republic? American Indians did not create the Republic of the United States. The U.S. Republic was established by European colonists. Oh my God, really? And their descendants through the Declaration of Independence in 1776 and the ratification of the U.S. Constitution in 1787. Ladies and gentlemen, there's your republic. Who created it? European colonists. We have evidence from Amenhotep Shalisel Bey that it was Negropeans who actually set up the republic for themselves, Moors, and Europeans, not for American Indians, but he will gladly grab you into his republic to make you a foreigner as he is. The Moor is a foreigner, although he's also drinking his own Kool-Aid. Uh, I don't know, Koofy Kool-Aid. I don't know what to call it, where he is under a delusion that he's also American. He forgets that he married into American Indians to the point where he kidnapped the very first American Indian upon which the white status was based upon. Yeah, Pocahontas. Yeah, the white status came basically after her children were born, right? I guess had her kidnapped. Okay. And as we say, they named her Rebecca in her conversion, her forced conversion, or at least a conversion under duress because she converted in her kidnapping. She got married in her kidnapping too, which kind of came as a bit of a surprise to me, actually. As well, we found out that she was already married. So these quote unquote Christians had no regard for our marriage legitimacy. So they married her a second time. Her first husband, I can't imagine that things went well for him. Uh, he was probably walking around saying, my wife just married somebody else while they kidnapped her, and I'm not too happy about that. So I just don't see that life could go very well for him after they decided that her marriage to the English John Rolfe was the marriage that they're gonna make Disney movies after. Yeah, yeah. Pocahontas, looking like a whole Mongolian. When colored was applied to her kinsmen or her Powhatan Algonquin kinsmen were misclassified colored, not Native American. And then her white babies from her second marriage were called white. It's the Pocahontas exception. That was a big one for me, ladies and gentlemen. I never heard about that until I came across it. Quite by accident, but you know, the ancestors don't really do accidents. Um, anyway, yeah. Oh my goodness. Are you telling me that American Indians did not create the Republic of the United States? Well, could you think you could go inside their computers and tell them what you told me? Now we know AI is a little inconsistent, so we just never know. That's why we put the date now, ladies and gentlemen. From now on, you're going to most likely see a date on my conversations with any AI, ChatGPT or Google overview. You're going to see a date because you're going to see that you're going to see the timeline of how AI changes over time. Yeah, you probably ask this question, I don't know, by the end of the year, and it'll say, yes, the Indians created the Republic when blah, 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 blah. But you just got to catch it, what the original, they try to say, how do they put it? Our research as of today, how in other words, they act like they continuously researching the same thing over and over until they get the answer that they want. So as of today, research concludes or something like that. So they letting you know that, this is subject to change. Everything that AI says, because we don't know what, the Republic, how they're going to want to work this information. Um, Americans did not create the Republic of the United States. The U.S. Republic was established by European colonists and their descendants through the Declaration of Independence in 1776 and the ratification of the U.S. Constitution in 1787. However, Native American political structures heavily influenced the democratic ideals of the United States. Specifically, here we go with the Iroquois, ladies and gentlemen, the Haudenosaunee. So they always go to the secondary Indians. You'll see this pattern as I've seen it, so much so that that I sing like a bird regarding this because I find it critical. I find it telling that they never mention Algonquins, the first contact Indians. How do you skip over the structure or ideals of the very first Indians you found to jump to an Haudenosaunee Confederacy, the Iroquois Confederacy? Why? Why are you ignoring the original? Because they didn't have any of this bullshit. That is why, ladies and gentlemen. That is why they have to ignore Algonquins. The ones who had writing, yeah, we don't want to hear from them. We want to go to the ones we say didn't have writing. And those are the ones that we think of as civilized. Well, you're very contrary, colonizer, because in your history's version of history, world history, you always claim that it's writing that makes the people civilized. But then when in America, when you come across the people that have a writing, you completely ignore them. For a confederacy of people that did not have a language until what, the 1820s, 1820. You arrived here in 1584 was your first little look look go see, right? So you come around in the 1500s, you establish these colonies in the 1600s. You don't find any significance in writing until the 1800s. You don't find any Indian. They did, ladies and gentlemen. They just don't talk about them. The Algonquins they found, in other words, they found us with a writing system, ladies and gentlemen. But they insist upon highlighting and showcasing the Iroquois, who they ran into 80 years after they ran into Algonquins, and who didn't have writing. How are you in so much awe of Indians who didn't have writing? Is it because they were easier to take advantage of? Is that it? I don't know. But then again, ladies and gentlemen, to make sense of it all, we will often say the Iroquois most definitely had writing. The thing is, it was Algonquin's writing. Okay. That's the only thing that makes sense to me. How could one little group of Indians in the middle of the eastern woodlands, surrounded by Algonquins who had writing, how could they not have writing? They were literally surrounded all around on all sides by Algonquins. Okay. So, yes. However, we jump to Native American again. However, American Indians' political structures heavily influenced the democratic ideals of the United States. Specifically, here we go, the Iroquois Confederacy. Established around 1140. See, look how they didn't meet the Iroquois till 80 years after what was it, 1585, 1584. 80 years later, they find the Iroquois. And then they come up, that's the 1500s. Then they say the Iroquois was established around 1142. How the hell do you know? They didn't even have writing. What the fuck are you talking about? Well, how do you know that they established around 1142 when they didn't write that down? Because you say they didn't have writing. Are you giving them that date of establishment? So, once again, ladies and gentlemen, we have a group of Indians, the Algonquins, showing up as being the majority. You don't get to be a majority unless you've been around long enough. The Iroquois Confederacy are basically only in New York State area. How are you going to tell me that they were around since 1142 when you weren't even here in 1142? You're just adding imaginary credentials to your chosen group of Indians because they are most representative of you, meaning they are made up of Moors. It has to be. Great law of peace. You wouldn't have cared if they had a great law of whatever, because you came here to take. The land that the Iroquois had would never have been enough for you. Again, they only had like New York State, that area. Colonizer took the land of Algonquins, and that's why he doesn't like to talk about them. Iroquois had the least land compared to Algonquins. All colonizers saw when he got here, as we said earlier, was the land. What he saw with his eyes was mostly Algonquin land. That's what he wanted. He was not interested in any laws of peace because he is not peaceful. Colonizer did not come in peace, and he has not been here based on acting in peaceful ways. So, this infatuation, this psych, uh, psyop about the great law of peace and the democratic ideals, none of that mattered. You came with an English legal system, okay? That's what you came with. You don't care about no democratic ideals. You don't care about no law of peace. You want the entire landmass that belongs to American Indians. And again, the Iroquois, if you love them so much, why didn't you limit yourself to just where they were? Because you were stealing from every Indian around the Iroquois Confederacy. That means you stole from the majority of the population of American Indians. And Iroquois, I guess if we go with your narrative, the argument could be that, oh, they just wanted to appear bigger than they were because they didn't need all that land because they were a small confederacy. But with colonizer by their side, it could be as if they are rocking with much more land than they had and much more land than they needed. The Algonquins had all that land because the Algonquins actually lived on that land. Iroquois were in the New York State area because that's as large as they were, the state of, well, what they would call the state or area of New York. You didn't need all that land. So you're just like colonizer. You just want things so that you can dominate more people than you should be fucking with. It's oh boy, great law of peace. They don't care about peace. They care about acquiring all the land of all Indians, not just the Iroquois. A system of participatory governance. We're not participating in governance. You grabbed us into that United States citizenship, just like we just read. Did not want to participate in your ratchet English system because we're not England. A participatory, it's not the same. Whatever the Iroquois Confederacy had, first of all, we found out that they were all, I was under the impression, like similar to the civilized tribes, that those in the Iroquois Confederacy spoke different linguistics. But we found that they were all speaking Iroquois. So it wasn't no big stretch for them to have this confederacy like I thought. I thought it was just a bunch of different linguistics. Well, similar to the civilized tribes. The civilized tribes had namely Muskogee and Iroquois. So that's more of a, different sort of linguistic group coming together. But they're trying to make it like the Iroquois was so great for being in some kind of confederacy with other Iroquois. It's not the greatest thing to have a confederacy with other Indians of your linguistic group. Algonquins did that, but we were so large that it wasn't as consolidated. It did. When you're larger, ladies and gentlemen, see colonizers trying to big up the Iroquois for being more consolidated. Yes, when you're smaller, you can consolidate a little more. But you're not interested in small colonizer. You want as much land as you can get. So all the accolades that you're giving to the Iroquois Confederacy, they're not hitting the mark. They're not really accolading. A small group of Indians had a more consolidated system, yes, because of their size. It was easier. And they tried to say that Algonquins were more spread out. You're damn right. We were too large to have this little compact, bite-sized chunk that you fell in love with, colonizer. You keep trying to apply some accolades, but the truth is, whatever the Iroquois had, it just helped you to see your way to dominating a larger group of Indians. That's all your accolades add up to. They're not genuine. Like when we read that what made the Iroquois stand out more than the Algonquins is that they had a long house. I think that wasn't even the first thing. They actually said that one of the big achievements that stood out from all other Indians among the Iroquois is that their ability to cultivate corn. And as we said in that video, it's like every Indian can cultivate corn with their hands tied behind their back. But colonizers thinks that because Iroquois did it, it's so much more. I don't know. It's just so special. It's above and beyond. And then it led us to believe, so it led us to think, well, maybe they did something with a corn recipe that was never done before. And so we was like, was it cream corn? Was it succotash? Was it popcorn? Was it corn syrup? Was it nachos and tacos? What it was? Lord have. Uh, you know, that's a force of habit, ladies and gentlemen. We're not Christian over here. So when we say Lord, it's really just old habits die hard, I guess. But yeah, the when you're colonizer's favorite, that means you're an enemy to the majority of American Indians. Okay. So they saying the Haudenosaunee Confederacy established the was established around 1142. Developed the Great Law of Peace, a system of participatory governance with divided branches of power that served as an inspiration for the founding fathers. Yeah, whatever. So if you meant indigenous forms of government or specific tribal republics, pre-colonial indigenous nations had sophisticated governance systems long before European contacts, such as the Pueblo Nation and the Muskogee Creek Confederacy. Now, again, this Muskogee Creek thing was part of the five civilized tribes, and none of them got writing until the Cherokee uh, gave the Iroquois as a whole writing. I found that interesting. And what we said was So you mean to tell me the Iroquois Confederacy up in New York area, they didn't have writing until the Cherokee busted out some writing in the 1820s or 1825 is when they adopted it? Yeah. I'm sorry, it was 1820, 21. And then in 1825, all the five civilized tribes adopted the Cherokee writing system. I just found myself asking, how how come the Iroquois Confederacy didn't provide the Cherokee writing? You see what I'm saying? I think even in the video, I didn't state it correctly. I think I misspoke. But what I meant to say is, shouldn't the Iroquois have given the Cherokee writing if they were established in 1142? Didn't they? But they didn't. But colonizers say they didn't have writing until the Cherokee developed it. It's 1821 they started, and then it was adopted in 1825. So from 1142 I'm sorry, from 1142 to 1825, the Iroquois didn't have writing, and then they gave writing to the five civilized tribes. That's why I always said that Iroquois were like the band leaders of the civilized tribe. But they didn't even, but it's not even the Iroquois Confederacy. It would have been the Cherokee that is the real band leader because the Iroquois Confederacy, the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, they did not have writing. Although colonizers acting like they was the best thing found here. They are lying. Algonquins were the best thing you found here. Why? Because they had more land. That's what you wanted. That's why you don't talk about Algonquins. So, so they're saying they didn't have a republic, but if you meant indigenous forms of government, oh, they had that. Specific tribal republics. Now they're going to actually call it a republic. Oh, the 19th century tribal republics. Okay, so let's read this. The pre-colonial indigenous nations had sophisticated governance systems long before European contact, such as the Pueblo. Oh, they're not even going to give that to Iroquois. The Pueblo Nation and the Muscogee Creek Confederacy. Hmm. But in the 19th century, tribal republics, okay, now we're talking about tribal republics. In the 1820s, several tribes, most notably the Cherokee Nation, drafted their own constitution. Yeah, because they finally had writing in the 1820s. So, what they're calling a tribal republic was most notably the Cherokee Nation because but see, this is after colonization, ladies and gentlemen. So, it's not a republic that originated with American Indians. It was adapted just like the freaking writing system was adapted from Rome that informed England, apparently. So that's your tribal republic was something that came in the 1820s. Okay. Most notably, the Cherokee Nation drafted their own constitutions, modeling their governments on a republic. See, it's not something they originated. They didn't originate anything in terms of their government. They just, no. And their writing. Excuse me, a little bit yawning, huh? So, modeling their governments on a republic with three separate branches of government and written, finally, they could write in the 1820s legal codes. So they're using everything from colonize is religion, his writing, his English system of government and codes. Yeah, this is the problem with civilized Indians. They are validated by colonizer. You see, they get all their validation from colonizer, not from their ancestors. If you'd like to explore this further, tell me if you're interested in how Native governance influenced the U.S. Constitution, the creation of the Cherokee Constitution in 1827. They got writing in 1825, and 2 years later, they had their Constitution. But they had to learn the language, the writing first. So from 1821, when it was finished by Sequoyah, it took 4 years for them to adapt it, to actually learn it, I guess, as a group, as a colonized group. The history of sovereign tribal governance today. Let me know what you like to narrow down. Okay. So we did narrow it down, but we did it in a way that oh boy. We chose, not what AI chose. So here's how we narrowed it down. We asked how much did the Iroquois system of government influence the US Constitution system versus how much the British system of government. See, we opened up a whole new can of worms for AI because AI want to say so much about how the Iroquois influenced them. But we flipped the script and we want to know how much did the British system of government influence the US system? You see, ladies and gentlemen, how much did the British system of government influence the US system since we read that they what did they say? They were basically took the place of the British. I forgot how they wrote it in that first screenshot we looked at. American Indian sovereignty. Oh no, wait. Was it that one? Well, the one we read earlier, it said that the United States actually took the place of the British, okay? Meaning they became the British over American Indians, when at first the British was over them. Uh, you know? So which of the two, the Iroquois and the British system, had more influence on the Cherokee Constitution system and later tribal government systems? As we put the date, June 24th. So let's read. England's constitutional system had the most direct structural influence on the United States Constitution. Okay, so while they give lip service to the Iroquois and maybe even the Cherokee, it is actually England's constitutional system. As I said, we're in an English legal system, not an American one. It's actually England's constitutional system that had the most direct structural influence on the United States Constitution. While the framers explicitly rejected British monarchy, they heavily adapted centuries of English legal tradition. Heavily. So again, our system of law and government, it's heavily an adaptation of centuries of English legal tradition. That's why Trump looked into old English law to convict Don Lemon of some kind of, rebel rousing, protesting in the church. He had to go find English law because they're not going by any American system, although they give all a lip service to the Iroquois, the Haudenosaunee Confederacy. That's just something they say to make themselves look good, okay? They didn't respect no American Indians really, really. Just use American Indian. And then they use the ones that's most infiltrated by their bloodline. So how England's government influenced the US Constitution? The Magna Carta in 1215 established the core concept that the monarch is not above the law directly. Well, the fact that there's a monarch period, I would think is the issue here. But they're saying this is how England's government influenced the US Constitution. So the first thing they're citing is the Magna Carta of 1215, which established the core concept that the monarch is not above the law, directly inspiring the US concepts of due process and limited government power. So you're saying the government is like a monarch. I'm saying, as an American Indian, oh, for damn sure it is a monarch. It was created by a monarch. It's an English system, as we said earlier. The English Bill of Rights, we talked about this in 60. So I really thought that America had the first Bill of Rights. Nope. England had the first Bill of Rights. That's why we're saying this republic has nothing to do with American Indians, only if they're delusional and being influenced by Moors. What are Moors advocating? An English legal system. What are Moors advocating? They're advocating England's laws. What does that mean? Well, it means it's not American Indians' laws, and it means the Moor does not have our best interest. He has his own interest because he looks like us, but he cannot have us going and creating our own laws now. Come on now, or else his ass is going to be out of here, right? Yeah. With England, the Moor can ride the fence. And then when the will say, trick you because I'm still African, and so are you now for believing me. Yay. But if American Indians get rid of the English system, then it will be exclusively American, and the Moor doesn't have an inlet. If we keep coddling Moors, he's going to keep making you African. You keep listening to what he has to say. First of all, when he's telling you that the government just turned itself over to you, we would say, oh no, we don't need you to turn yourself over to us. We need you to leave. That's what a real American Indian would say. A fully woke American Indian would say. A conscious American Indian would say, oh no, no, thank you. You can't turn over to us something that we did not create. You can turn it over to the creator, England and the monarchy, but you can't turn it over to us. We don't want that. We don't want that legacy. We don't want the spirit behind it. We're not going to coddle that spirit. But some American Indians who claim to be spiritual, yeah, they don't care where a system came from. They have no concept of looking at the spirit in which something came here. Was it welcomed? Was it invited? Did we ask to become United States citizens to be part of a republic? Or were we just grabbed into a republic that is damning us as we speak? As we speak. So England's government influenced the US Constitution and the Republic with the English Bill of Rights of 1689, served as a direct template for the American Bill of Rights. Hmm. That was for citizens, y'all, not for American Indians. The citizens were breaking away from England, but they really didn't break away that far because they basically, as we read, took the place of England over American Indians. So the English Bill of Rights of 1689, how many of us knew about that before we came across it in an earlier video? Kudos to you if you did. I didn't. And I'm pretty sure a lot of us didn't. So again, the English Bill of Rights served as a direct template for the American Bill of Rights, protecting liberties. Liberties? Liberties are given to you by your king. Freedom is God-given. Oh, like freedom of speech. Oh, now we're talking about freedom? Well, we see where freedom of speech is headed. They can't even say the word, and I guess I can't either because this is the regulating of commerce that YouTube is subject to. So there's certain words you can't even say, and it's just that's why people use the term essay now or pow pow. You know, it's like we're becoming dumb when supposed to be there was supposed to be freedom of speech. We got people reaching for other words because they are not allowed to say certain words. Like even when I use the term the jab or the Rona, you know. So so much for freedom of speech, right? People were calling it the cocoa. They were calling it the vacation. They was like, it was getting real ridiculous, y'all. Real ridiculous because they wouldn't allow you to even speak about, and here we go again, the Rona. Can't even, to this day, you know, we're skipping, hopping over words that we can't say. Oh, ah, it's just, it's ridiculous, y'all. It's almost like, so if we're taking words out, is it like you're trying to say the crime was not real? Because if you can't even say what the crime is, how are you going to deal with it? If it's written in law, how come we can't say it? If the term, oh God, I see now I feel like I can't say it because the video won't get posted. If you have to say SA to describe an assault, that is in the law. So you can't use words that's in the law of this republic. You can't even use legal terms. It's illegal to use legal terms. Can you see where this system is headed, ladies and gentlemen? Freedom of speech in Parliament. Oh, yeah, the English Bill of Rights, Parliament had the freedom of speech. The right to petition, Parliament could petition the king, but not the subjects. And so this is what's influencing this system. Citizens are in the English system were subjects. So let's read it again. The English Bill of Rights of 1689 served as a direct template for the American Bill of Rights, protecting liberties like freedom of speech in Parliament, not among the common people, not among the subjects or the serfs. So the English Bill of Rights was for Parliament, not for the subjects. What does that mean? It means that the Bill of Rights in the United States very conceivably could only apply or may only apply to Congress and not the United States citizens. Yeah, this system is modeled after England. In England, the freedom of speech was for Parliament. Parliament, Congress is like Parliament. The United States Congress is the United States version of the English Parliament. So it was Parliament that was fighting the monarchy so that they could have more quote unquote liberty. But this was not extended to the subjects. I was a bit shocked when I realized that was what I was reading when we first did a video on the English Bill of Rights. You think it was for the subjects, the people that are would be the citizenships in America. In England, they're called subjects. So only Parliament had the right of freedom of speech and the right to petition and protection against cruel and unusual punishment when they did so. We'd have to revisit that video, but that's what I began to realize I was reading, that this was for Parliament, these rights, these freedoms, these liberties. Parliament is not the subjects of Britain, the common people. These rights were not for them, from what I understood. Now, we might have to revisit this, but you see that they said freedom of speech in Parliament. That's not the general population. That's just Parliament. The right to petition, yeah, and protection against cruel and unusual punishment, because Parliament would get cruel and unusual punishment if they spoke up against the king. So they're the ones that made the English Bill of Rights, not the people of England. The Parliament of England created the Bill of Rights. Bicameral Parliament, the British division of legislative power between the House of Commons and the House of Lords, provided the operational framework for the United States House of Representatives and Senate. Oh, Lord. So they're just changing words, ladies and gentlemen. So what we have here is like the House of Lords, right? But we call it the Senate, or they call it the Senate. This is not our system. We don't call it anything but can you go home? That's what we call it. Can you go back to England where you belong? So a bicameral parliament, House of Commons, and the House of Lords. Here it's called the House of Representatives and the House, I'm sorry, and Senators. I'm sorry, yeah. House of Commons and House of Lords for the U.S. House of Representatives and the Senate. So everything here is, does it sound like the Iroquois Confederacy influenced this system? Or does it sound more like England influenced? You see the lip service that this beast has to do to make it look like Indians were down with this. You're not modeling anything after anything Indians had. This is looking a whole lot like what you came from. England. English common law, the judicial concepts of trial by jury, precedent-based law, and habeas corpus were completely absorbed into the American, we should say the United States legal framework. So English common law is a trial by jury, uh, case law, when you base law on previous cases or precedent-based law. That's when they use cases to determine law and not statutes. And habeas corpus were completely absorbed into the United States legal framework. Ladies and gentlemen, when we say that this is the law of England that we're going by, yet we're America, this is what American Indians need to really get clear, really get clear. We just looked at four of the English versions of what we call United States law or systems of law. There's an English equivalent with a different name, but its origin is what we're looking at. How Indian governance influenced the U.S. Constitution. Okay, so now they're going to tell us how Indians influenced. Well, we learned that England England's constitutional system had the most direct structural influence on the United States. So let's not forget that. We're looking at it here. That's the overall point. Okay. So now we move down to the second thing that they saying influenced the US system. How Indian governance influenced the US Constitution. The concept of federalism. The Haudenosaunee Iroquois Confederacy proved to the founding fathers that separate sovereign nations could successfully unite under a single central government to manage collective defense and foreign policy while retaining local autonomy. To me, all this is saying is that you got together in some kind of rebellion against other Indians. That's why you're talking about collective defense. Somehow you were not getting along with other Algonquins, okay? That's what I'm reading. So the United States liked the idea that they cuddle together to make war or to be in opposition to the larger group of American Indians. This is what the United States really dug about the Iroquois Confederacy. Now, the Algonquins, on the other hand, were so spread out, they didn't have to worry about consolidating for defense because they wasn't trying to fight nobody. You see, ladies and gentlemen, it's just a whole thing going on with this glorification of the Iroquois Confederacy by colonizer. As an American Indian, you want accolades that come from your people, not from colonizer. It's a sure sign that you're not for your own people. Albany Plan of Union in 1754, strongly advocated by Benjamin Franklin, this early attempt to unite the 13 colonies was directly modeled after the cohesive structure of the Iroquois League. So now it's a league. Checks and balances. The Great Law of Peace utilize structured checks between different tribal councils, processes for removing corrupt leaders, impeachment, strict prohibitions against leaders holding multiple offices simultaneously. Okay, well, I just don't think that's something that's unique to any government. I'm sure in any situation, if someone starts acting out of character or acting out of their role, you're going to get rid of them. I mean, only in some kind of dynasty system would that not really be as easy. And I would say that Britain is definitely dynasty based. for a time in ancient America, we had dynasties, but we got rid of the dynasty. And then it ended up in Europe and Africa, literally, with Akhenaten. Okay. He ended up in Africa. And then his daughter met a Greek, and that's when we read that she went up into Scotland. Scotia, Scotland is named after Scotia, daughter of Akhenaten. So Akhenaten was, we called him a heretic. They called him the father of monotheism. So you can see the difference between American Indians and Moors. A character that we basically eradicated, they highly esteem. He's known as the father of monotheism. Which had more influence? England's government wielded significantly more influence on the final document. The framers were English subjects. Yes, not American Indians, okay? The framers of this republic were English subjects steeped in British law, utilizing English legal terminology and philosophical foundations such as John Locke. Indigenous governance served more as a vital conceptual proof of concept. What? Conceptual proof of concept. It demonstrated to a skeptical delegation that a decentralized democratic republic could function successfully on a massive geographic scale without collapsing into tyranny. Well, we know that that's exactly what this thing is collapsing into. That's why they have these no kings demonstrations that we have seen recently. The thing will always go back to its origin, ladies and gentlemen. Where did this government originate? Where did American Indians, who are not influenced by Moors, where did we originate? We're going to go back to that, ladies and gentlemen. But so is this government, truth be told. Influence on the Cherokee Constitution and modern tribal governments. The Anglo, so this is the question where we ask, we try to, show the sort of country ideas where in one sense they're saying that the Iroquois can influence the United States, but then we end up with the United States influencing the Cherokee. So if you were influenced by the Iroquois, why are the Cherokee, who are Iroquois, being influenced by you? You see, ladies and gentlemen, the fancy footwork there. You're saying you were influenced by the Iroquois, but Cherokee are Iroquois speaking. So how is it that you, in turn, now are giving them writing? They're adopting your constitution and all of that. Who's influencing who in the final analysis? It looks to me that colonizer is just recreating, making Indians over into his own image, colonizer's image. So the Anglo-American model, the US Constitution and British legal structure most influenced the 1827 Cherokee Constitution and later tribal governments. So the Anglo-American model most influenced the Cherokee Constitution and later tribal governments. So then they gave us a little graphic. This was AI did this. Usually ChatGPT is quick to give you one of these little graphics. So at the top of the graphic, we have English legal tradition, and we go down. It's a directly adapted and conceptual proof uh, to the U.S. Constitution. If I'm reading this correctly, it looks like something is missing, but at the top is the English legal tradition. Then we go down and we have the U.S. Constitution, and then we go down and we have forced mimicry. So the Cherokee are forced to mimic. That's what it says, forced mimicry. Uh, you know, and that becomes modern tribal. Oh, now we have modern tribal, not just tribal. So, ladies and gentlemen, that graphic, it's a little tricky, but the three major boxed terms, English legal tradition is at the top. Then we have the US Constitution, and then we have the Cherokee. You see, what it's showing is that we did not originate a republic. Okay? Um, I think we're going to take a quick break and we shall return. We're back. Thank you for your patience. Okay, so that was the last shot we were looking at. And I think, as we said before, it clearly shows who's influencing who for real, for real. Okay. English legal tradition is at the top, above the US Constitution or the US Republic. Where did the United States Republic actually come from? Well, if you go by your legal dictionaries, you will find that the first English legal dictionaries were in England. So this is an English system, but American Indians are being deluded to adopt this as the only thing available to them. Your ancestors are rolling over in their graves. If you are an American Indian. Well, otherwise, they're celebrating the fact that you are so dedicated to your monarchy if you are not American Indian. The 1827 Cherokee Constitution. The Cherokee Nation explicitly designed its 1827 Constitution to mirror the three-branch structure of the United States. Another thing we want to say, ladies and gentlemen, is this thing for threes. I'm thinking in my heart of hearts, three is a number of their religious system. Uh, it's uh, it's a Trinity system, and I think that it's just a way of them honoring three deities that help them produce monotheism. So they tend to do things in threes. Um, and it's just an observation that I had. Like even when you look at Aztec designs, they're very triangular based. They tend to have the triangle, which is uh, a nod to a triune type of thing. They also do it with their breaking up of America into territorial, municipal, and continental. So, uh, territorial in their system is referring to waterways and bodies of water. Municipal is the air jurisdiction according to their triune system. And of course, continental is the land. So it's, air, water, and land. And I think this trinity is somewhat representative of what they are dominating. It's always three, and then it could also refer to the three roughly I want to say ethnic groups. We have Caucasian, we have in their world, they call them the original Negro from Africa. So the original Negro, according to their out of Africa theory, which American Indians, for the most part, do not subscribe to. But for them, it's they're they're replacing us. So their Negroes are the premier Negroes. So you have your Caucasian, you have your Negro, and you have your Asian. One of them is your replacement. The other two help him to cover his tracks unknowingly. So I don't think these other two ethnic groups intended to be pawns, but it is the Negro of the two that will benefit the most in the theft of our land. Why? Because he will simply replace us mentally, if not physically. But physically is the ultimate. Remember, we read that 97% of American Negroes, you see, there's two different Negroes. One is claiming to be the premier. And so he doesn't really want there to be another. So we mentioned in Islam, it is the only the only one of the three triune, system of religions that overtly names American Negroes as being up for basically extinction. Only one religion utters those words and applies them directly to, we're quoting now, ladies and gentlemen, American Negroes, 97%. That is almost a complete genocide of only American Negroes. And then the rest will only be, I think he said 2/3 of the world population of Negroes. But why are 97% of American Negroes, why do they have to go? Because for the other Negro to take your place without threat of you, 97% of you have to be gone. This is word from the the Islam that is taught in the Americas. So, who is coming for your birthright? We asked the question. Who would utter those kind of words? It wasn't a Caucasian. It wasn't even a Jew. It was not any Mongolians. Who told you that you are to be genocided by a man that they created to the tune of 97%? Who told you that, American Indians? That is the one who is taking your place. Excuse me. It's not a white man. It's not a Mongolian. It's not a Spanish. It's not an Arab. That is a word for American Indians who are able to see the clues. These are Moors, if we have to say it overtly. And they are Negro Moors, specifically. So the Cherokee Nation explicitly designed its 1827 Constitution to mirror the three-branch structure of the United States as a defensive political strategy. A defensive political strategy. Hmm. I'm trying to figure out what they mean by that. You're, I don't know, expecting offense, so you have to be on the defensive with this foreign system. Just like the Iroquois Confederacy was on a sort of defensive. The whole reason why them being a confederacy is to join together against who? Are they trying to say the Iroquois Confederacy it was here before colonizer got here? Even though he met him 80 years later, he found the first contact. 80 years after first contact, he finds Iroquois. Already in the Confederacy, I think is what they're trying to say. So, who was the Iroquois so in defense of? In the early 19th century, Georgia and the federal government were attempting to seize Cherokee lands under the pretext that indigenous peoples were uncivilized. Well, that's what the doctrine of discovery said. And that's what this whole entire system is built upon. So that would be correct. By adopting a written constitution featuring a bicameral legislature, a principal chief executive, and a Supreme Court, the Cherokee legally demonstrated their sophisticated sovereignty. So once you adopt colonizers' way, now you can be called sophisticated sovereignty in a language the U.S. legal system could not ignore. Oh, they can ignore it when they damn well really want to. Well, as a guardian, they could do whatever they want to. Okay. In the grand scheme of things, Cherokee just gave into colonizers' way. And so the colonizer, I guess, every now and then tries to reward you by saying, you're getting good at being me. I'll let you off. I like that. As long as you're not you, I can always have your land. So let's read that again. The Cherokee Nation explicitly designed its 1827 Constitution to mirror the three-branch structure of the United States as a defensive political strategy. In the early 19th century, Georgia and the federal government were attempting to seize Cherokee lands under the pretext that indigenous peoples were uncivilized. So you take away their land because they're uncivilized. Well, this is how colonizer thinks. He has to have some reason to take away your land, some uh, illegitimate, ill-conceived reason, but a reason to take your land. You're too uncivilized for this land. What does the land care about how civilized you are? I think the land might prefer you to be a little uncivilized because the more civilized you are, wouldn't that be, I don't know, wouldn't it consist of chopping down trees in the land and paving over the land and stuff like that? Wouldn't that be what civilization does to the land? If you're thinking that we should lose land because we're quote unquote uncivilized, maybe the land prefers it that way. By adopting a written constitution featuring a bicameral legislature, a principal chief, executive, and the Supreme Court, the Cherokee legally demonstrated their sophisticated sovereignty in a language the U.S. legal system could not ignore. Yeah, you speaking in their language. So you probably use some of their terms to check them, but in the long run, you cannot beat the creator of a game with their own game. Modern tribal governments today, the federal three-branch system remains dominant in modern tribal governance, primarily due to the 20th century U.S. legislative mandates. The Indian Reorganization Act of 1934, this federal law ended the destructive allotment era and permitted tribes to draft new constitutions to restore self-government. Oh, that's so nice of the beast. Nice beast. But remember, when you have a guardian, a legal guardian, according to their Supreme Court Justice John Marshall's ruling, the guardian is doing all your talking. So they're saying the Indian Reorganization Act of 1934 IRA, this federal law ended the destructive allotment era and permitted tribes to draft new constitutions. Permitted? Oh, that's the guardian for you. You mean if they didn't get permission, they couldn't draft new constitutions to restore self-government? Oh, okay. Federal templates. To receive federal recognition and funding, oh Lord, the U.S. Department of the Interior heavily pushed standard boilerplate constitutional templates modeled directly after the U.S. federal system. Well, so now they're giving you the template. You can't even make up your own. They're going to give you like the whole template. You just fill in the little blanks where we tell you, and boom, you are self-governed now. After we told you where to fill in the blanks. Now you're self-governed. You're self-determined. You go, girl. Hybrid sovereignty. While contemporary tribes utilize an American tripartite tripartite framework, the triple, everything in threes to worship their triune religious system. Uh, while contemporary tribes utilize an American tripartite framework to navigate federal courts and manage modern economies, many nations seamlessly blend the structure with traditional cultural governance, incorporating consensus-based decision making and councils of traditional elders. Aw, as long as you keep their templates and stuff, they're good because they know damn well that you are not self-determined whatsoever. You're being by your master how you are allowed to do your constitutions and everything, all aspects of Indian affairs. Isn't that what we read was presumed by the United States Republic? If you want to dive deeper into this history, tell me if you want to look at exact wording parallels between the U.S. and Cherokee Constitution, explore how the Indian Reorganization Act of 1934 changed tribal sovereignty, examine the role of women in the Iroquois Confederacy compared to early American democracy. Let me know how you would like to proceed. Well, we chose the middle one, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not sure we have time to go through it, but let's peek. I wanted to know more about this Indian Reorganization Act because I was saying my question was this is 1934. Okay, so it's after the John Marshall trilogy, way after. And I'm trying to figure out did Indians who are not taxed have any say in these congressional acts, you know? And it got a little tricky. The answer was a little weird, but I think we kind of ironed it out. So this is how it came out. Did the United States violate Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3 of the Constitution in all of their congressional acts regarding Indians who are not taxed, enumerated, or represented in Congress? So you can see where I'm going, ladies and gentlemen, with the question. Because I'm wondering how, if you're not represented in Congress, are they doing all of this Indian work, making all these acts? Who is directing them? Who's asking them? Are any Indians sending a message to their senators or their Congress people that we want this act that you just enacted by yourself without our consent? So that's what I was getting at, ladies and gentlemen. I specifically mentioned Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3, because as we know, when they go to talk about their domination of American Indians, their unlawful domination of American Indians, they love to jump to Article 1, Section 8, Clause 3. So they will skip over Indians not taxed. The first mention of American Indians in the Constitution is Indians are not taxed. The second mention is that the Indian tribes, not just Indians, Indian tribes are regulated in commerce. So they say that when they say Indian tribes uh, or that the United States regulates commerce with Indian tribes, they say that means they're supposed to dominate all aspects of American Indians' being on this land. That's what they say regulating commerce means. And as we always say, commerce has to do with buying and selling. How does that turn into all aspects of Indian existence on this land? This Congress is regulating all of that. Well, it doesn't, but they will still argue it, ladies and gentlemen. But we are happy to see that, as we said earlier, um, Clarence Thomas admits that the authority that Congress and the Supreme Court takes is not really constitutional. This plenary authority, this supreme, all-encompassing authority is not constitutional. Clarence Thomas said it to ease, I guess, his conscience, but he's not doing anything about it. Okay. He just said it. Okay. Him and Gorsuch, I think that's the other Supreme Court justice's last name. So, once again, did the United States violate Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3 of the Constitution in all of their congressional acts, especially the ones after 1823, when John Marshall said that the United States is a guardian? So that means guardians are making up these acts, not American Indians. American Indians don't have a say. But of course, AI has a creative answer for this because they're saying to the question, did the United States violate Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3, Indians Not Taxed Clause of the Constitution in all of their congressional acts regarding Indians who are not taxed, enumerated, or represented in Congress? AI says on June 24th, 2026, the United States did not violate the Constitution. And I'd like to pass out. The United States did not violate Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3 by having Congress make up all of this, these congressional acts and the Supreme Court making up laws of Indians who are not represented in this legal system. They can just make up laws for them anyway. So it's a one-way conversation, as we always say. And AI said, nope, they didn't violate the Constitution regarding Indians not taxed because the legal meaning of the phrase shifted entirely through subsequent constitutional amendments, federal laws, and tax codes. um, who changed the legal meaning, ladies and gentlemen? Well, it's the same people who wrote that into the Constitution, because we didn't do the Constitution either. That's also a result of the doctrine of discovery. It is. But as we see, the United States had no intention of upholding Indians not taxed. It's their system. They could do what the hell they want. And the doctrine of discovery told them so. So God, their God, told them so through the Catholic Church. They're saying the legal meaning of the phrase shifted. So they change meanings of things, ladies and gentlemen. Why have a constitution if you're going to change the meaning? Through subsequent amendments? Ladies and gentlemen, this might sound good to, let's just say, people who just believe everything the government says. But I'm telling you, this is not how this Constitution is supposed to work. Well, how should I say this? It wasn't the original intention of the Constitution to have American Indians be like citizens. We read the first document we looked at, right? That's the Constitutional Rights Foundation. And actually, we meant to talk a little bit about that because we found out that they slightly changed their name. Let's look at that quickly since we're talking about it, and then we'll go right back. Okay. This is what the Constitutional Rights Foundation evolved into. This is their website now. And we really didn't look at it because really their system is not our system. But I just want to show you that the first document we looked at with the highlights showing that we didn't give consent and all of that, this is the organization that produced that Bill of Rights in Action. And so we read down here, teach democracy, formerly the Constitutional Rights Foundation. So I just want to show you that they're actually still around. Um, and I'm not thrilled with the new name because okay, so we see Constitutional Rights Foundation there, right? Can we make this bigger? Constitutional Rights Foundation, right? That's what they were. Now they're called Teach Democracy. So do you see how the Constitution is kind of eased out? This is what the Republic does. It changes over time. Indians will be Native Americans. Uh, they will become colored, Negro, Black over time. You see, it's done very slowly. So now they're teaching democracy. I would prefer that they stuck to Constitution because what the hell is a democracy? How do you teach democracy? It makes more sense for you to teach Constitution, but I'm sure someone showed up and told, I would think it would be a great idea if you just rename this. Just like the ones who said, oh yeah, what did they say? Oh, one of the big ones that we came across in our videos is when they decided to use uh what was the word? Inalienable and unalienable. Inalienable and unalienable, I believe. And they tried to say something about one was outdated, or they just didn't want to use uh unalienable. I think is the original wording was unalienable. They said, oof, we just don't like that word. Let's make it inalienable. And you find out that they're two different meanings, unalienable and inalienable and unalienable. UN versus IN. And we're not going to do that breakdown right now, but these are the subtle ways, ladies and gentlemen. They just tell us, oh, we just didn't like that word anymore. We took Negro out because we just thought it was out of date. But the whole point of having an established law is to always have it be solid. You don't want to change it. But when you're a colonial system, that's what you're going to do. You're going to change it. So now it's teach democracy instead of formally known constitutional rights. They don't like the sound of that. The establishment, the Republic, they don't like too much talk about the Constitution. They'd rather teach democracy. So let's get back. Oh, so just to be clear, they're the ones who let's see something, ladies. I might kind of okay, so they're the ones who wrote this. This was, the document we first looked at. Constitutional Rights Foundation, right here. So now they're teach democracy, but they still have the newsletter Bill of Rights in Action, I believe. So we just want to show that ladies and gentlemen. So now let's get back to what we were looking at. So, to the question, did the United States violate Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3, Indians not taxed, not enumerated, not represented in Congress? Did the United States violate uh, that clause in all of their congressional acts, where Indians did not have a say in these congressional acts because they're not represented in Congress? Did they violate that clause regarding Indians who are not taxed, enumerated, or represented in Congress? They're saying the United States did not violate the Constitution regarding Indians not taxed. I beg to differ. They most certainly did, to the point where they have to explain their domination. They just skip over Article 1, Section 2. We saw that, ladies and gentlemen, in the last video. They skipped over this article to jump to the Commerce Clause. This is the Indians Not Tax Clause, which is the first mention of Indians. They jumped to the commerce, Indian tribes and Commerce Clause. So AI is generally used to support the actions of this republic. So they're saying it did not violate the Constitution regarding Indians not taxed because the legal meaning of the phrase shifted. It did not shift, ladies and gentlemen, evidenced by the fact that they skip over it to explain their domination. Remember when in the last video, when we looked at how, I think that had something to do with how did the United States get authority over American Indians. They say they gained authority through the Commerce Clause, where Congress is granted the power to regulate commerce of Indians. So they don't mention when you ask this system how it got its authority over American Indians, it skips over Indians not taxed and goes straight to the Commerce Clause. So if the legal meaning changed, why did you skip the Indians not taxed clause to tell me about a Commerce Clause? You see, ladies and gentlemen? So they're telling us the legal meaning of the phrase shifted. No, it was reinterpreted. It didn't. The meaning did not shift. Indians were not seen as citizens. So it was not a shift. The meaning didn't shift. It was reinterpreted to mean something else. Okay. The meaning didn't shift because Indians were not citizens. That's why they weren't represented. So for Congress to make acts without the representation of American Indians, it's just domination. And again, we might link the channel, Peter Dorico's channel, The Domination Chronicles. This is the attorney we always talk about who sees, well, let's just say his book is called Federal Anti-Indian Law, the legal entrapment of Native Americans, I think is the name of his book, or indigenous people. So he sees that what they're doing is pure domination. It has nothing to do with democracy, freedom of anything. It's just domination upon domination upon domination. You know, we have to say it in threes, okay? Because that's their system. The United States did not violate the Constitution regarding Indians not taxed because the legal meaning of the phrase shifted entirely through subsequent constitutional amendments. Amendments are supposed to be in line with the Constitution, typically. But again, ladies and gentlemen, I did not design this system. I'm just talking about as someone who is looking at this thing ethically, with trying to apply integrity to it. And this is a system that has no use for either of those. So they can make this anything they want. That's what the Republic was built to be able to do, be bended and shaped any way the monarchs that created it want it to. So they're saying subsequent constitutional amendments. Amendments are supposed to be in line with the Constitution, not ignore parts of the Constitution like they do. And we saw that they Native Americans, here we go, they done changed it from Indians to Native Americans again, did not initiate these historic legal changes. Well, thank you. So once again, American Indians didn't have anything to do with them initiating the legal changes that changed the legal meaning of the phrase Indians not taxed. The government did it. The Republic did it. Unilaterally. Native Americans did not initiate these historic legal changes. They were unilaterally, one side decision making, unilaterally imposed by the U.S. government to manage what it termed the Indian problem. So, ladies and gentlemen, I asked AI if the United States violated the Indians Not Tax Clause, but AI says they didn't because they changed the legal meaning. You see, that's how you got to put it together. When they say it was unilaterally imposed, they're telling us in some kind of, backhanded way or side conversation way. I don't know. So again, did they violate Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3? No, they didn't because they changed the meaning by themselves. They didn't violate it because they changed what it meant unilaterally to manage an Indian problem. So that tells you right there, Indians were a problem. They wasn't trying to hear from Indians because Indians were a problem. So they made up quote unquote solutions, like ignoring Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3, which says that we're not supposed to be taxed, represented, or counted in their census, enumerated. The United States did not violate the Constitution regarding Indians not taxed because the United States unilaterally changed the meaning of the phrase entirely through subsequent constitutional amendments. The United States made those amendments without American Indian consent. So AI is basically saying, no, they didn't violate the Constitution. They just simply made up other amendments that they wanted. So that made it, once they changed the amendments, made up new amendments, they could say that they're not violating the Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3. But the main point here is that no one of the American Indians co-signed or approved of the United States making amendments that allowed them to ignore or change the legal meaning of Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3, Indians not taxed. You might say they saw Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3 as part of an Indian problem. So they changed the meaning of it, okay, through amendments. Namely, they're talking about the 14th Amendment, which is really crazy work because it's talking about citizenship that Indians were not supposed to be part of. So, one, how the U.S. justified Indians not taxed. Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3. How the U.S. justified Indians not taxed. The original Constitution excluded Indians not taxed from population counts used to determine how many seats a state got in the House of Representatives. The original Constitution, Indians were not taxed. Okay? The original meaning. In 17, remember, original is an interesting term, right? But actually, they're not using it correctly here. Let's read. The original meaning of Indians not taxed. In 1787, Indians not taxed meant Native Americans who maintained tribal allegiance and lived on sovereign tribal lands. This is not true, ladies and gentlemen. It's not true. We go to a document from the Census Bureau that says Indians not taxed were remnants of uncivilized tribes. Remnants. They were not civilized tribes. They were remnants of uncivilized tribes. Remember when we read that? I don't know if I should pull it up now. Um, but they're conflating Indians not taxed with Indian tribes. Okay. Indians not taxed says nothing about tribes. So, but they're trying to say Indians not taxed were in tribes. You see? So they're saying the original meaning in 1787, Indians not taxed meant Native Americans. No, Indians not taxed meant Indians, not Native Americans. Legions and lived on sovereign tribal land. No, they didn't. They lived in allotments. Indians not taxed they were not part of a tribe. They were Indians who did not go on a Trail of Tears or anything like that, but stayed, and they were basically seen as just inside the state, not a tribe. Because if they were on tribal lands, you wouldn't. Um, there wouldn't be an Indian problem if they were on reservations. What made Indians a problem is when they remained Indians, even when they were not in a tribe. The United States did not want to see Indians as Indians unless they were in tribes. But you don't you to be an Englishman, you don't have to be in England, but you originated in England and you're an Englishman. Same thing with American Indians. I don't have to be in a tribe to be an Indian. But somehow the Republic is basically trying to differentiate, although they're doing a horrible job in what we're reading now, because this is simply a whole lie. Citizens in the tribe. So they're saying we had citizens in the tribe. You're no, 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 no. The Republic had citizens. We were not part of the Republic. So we wouldn't be citizens at all. We didn't have to be citizens to be on our land because this was our land before the Republic got here. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is really tricky to explain, but they're trying to say, to see, if this is what the original meaning meant, then you wouldn't have to change the meaning. This is not the original meaning. The original meaning of Indians not taxed, as we just said, it was Indians who were no longer on they were no longer in their tribe because the tribe got broken up, right? Into allotments. So that's what the original Indians not taxed were. They were Indians who were in the state, but the state couldn't tax them. You see, they were not on reservations. They were not even in tribes. They just stayed and they were not, they didn't go on any Trail of Tears. So this is a lie, lady. I'm kind of, I'm surprised that I went ahead with this because I did have reservation when I read this, but I thought we'll just get through it. And I think it does pan out it's only a 3 page. And I think it does pan out. Let's read further. I'm really not happy with their quote unquote original meaning because we read what it meant. We were, it wasn't, they were not citizens, okay? They were not citizens in their tribes and they were not citizens outside of their tribe. They were just Indians, okay? So they got the original meaning all the way wrong. Again, Indians not taxed. It doesn't say they were in tribes. That's how we know that these were not tribal Indians. It it doesn't specify that they were tribal Indians. It just says they were Indians not taxed. So how are you going to tell me the original meaning of Indians not taxed is talking about people in tribes or maintaining tribal allegiance? It doesn't say they were in tribes. You see what I'm saying, ladies and gentlemen? The Indians not taxed clause did not say Indian tribes not taxed. It said Indians not taxed. You tell me, if you were going to break this down legally, could you say in a court of law, Indians not taxed is the same meaning as Indian tribes not taxed? No, you couldn't because the wording that's not the wording. So you couldn't argue this legally. Would have to basically gaslight to make this argument. We know it's not Indian tribes because the Commerce Clause specifically mentions Indian tribes. That's how we know that they're not one and the same. Same thing applied with free persons and Indians not taxed. Now they try to say that Indians do this one. Indians think that free persons of color is the same thing as Indians not taxed. The problem with that is the Constitution does not say uh, free persons of color. It just says free persons. So Indians not taxed are not the same as free persons, and definitely not the same as free persons of color because free persons of color is not even mentioned in this Indians not taxed clause. Who's mentioned in the Indians not taxed clause? Free persons. That's how we know that they're two different things. So we're comparing this to Indians not taxed versus Indian tribes in the Commerce Clause. Indians not taxed are in the Indians not taxed clause. Indians and tribes are in the Commerce Clause. They're not the same. One is definitely in a tribe, the Indian tribes. One, we cannot say that they're necessarily in Indian tribes. Indians not tax. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're not going to overdo this. You just have to see it. You have to see it, especially when it's in a legal document. If it's not written on the paper, it's not there. So they're trying to say the original meaning applied to Indians and tribes. No, it didn't. They're saying they were citizens of the tribes. No, they weren't. They were not subject to U.S. taxes, could not vote, and were not counted in the census. This is misleading because Indian tribes, as we stressed earlier, saying they have plenary authority. If you have plenary authority of Indian tribes, you can tax them if you want to. Okay? Because that's where they're claiming the plenary authority. They're not claiming plenary authority over Indians not taxed. The authority that they're claiming is in the Commerce Clause. That's why they skipped the Indian not tax clause when we discussed that in the last video. So let's move on, ladies and gentlemen. The legal shift. The U.S. government did not go against the clause. Instead, the legal landscape changed. Who changed it? We just read. We just read who changed it, ladies and gentlemen. The highlighted part, the blue highlight, this was imposed by the U.S. government. So they're saying the legal landscape changed. Who changed it? The same government that's not going by it. So this is something they've done as an authority over the Constitution, as opposed to somebody going by the Constitution. Do you see what I'm saying? They, in other words, the government itself is saying, I have the authority to say what the Constitution means. I'm not going by it. I'm interpreting it into what I want it to say. This is quite literal, ladies and gentlemen. So they're saying the legal shift. This is why they're trying to make an argument that the United States did not break the Constitution by uh, enacting these different acts that all involved Indians. We read in the first document we looked at that all of those acts were done without consent. This government was supposed to be representative, not just the government do what it wants. It has to represent what what citizens want. Definitely not what Indians want because we're not part of the republic. But in this case, if they're saying that they made any legislation, they would have had to have consulted Indians if they, for this to work the way this government says it's supposed to work. But as we see, it is working the way they intend it to work, meaning Indians don't get to say. They just get ordered like a ward under his guardian. So the US government did not go against this clause. Instead, the legal landscape changed. Following the Indian Citizenship Act of 1924, all Native Americans were granted U.S. citizenship. Remember in the first document, let's look at it again, just to show you what bullshit we're reading, okay? Let's go down here to find out what an Indian chief said about, I'm sorry, a political scientist. Okay, let's read this again. As political scientist member of the Lumbee tribe of North Carolina, David E. Wilkins has written, Native people did not ask for U.S. citizenship. but rather the 1924 law thrust citizenship upon them without their consent. So when we read that, the political what is that? The playing field change. What did they say? No, it didn't. You took an action, another unconstitutional action, I would have to say, to make Indians into citizens when they were not citizens, according to Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3, the Indians Not Taxed Clause. Here, one more time. Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3. Representation in the House of Representatives was based on counting all free persons, three-fifths of slaves or indentures, really what it was, but excluding Indians not taxed. Thus, American Indians were not considered citizens of the United States. So if the United States all of a sudden makes Indian citizens, are they going against this part of the Constitution that we're looking at, ladies and gentlemen? The answer is yes, the hell they are. But we have to always say they created this system. They can do what the hell they want because they created it. Why do American Indians not want a republic? Because someone else created it, and they will always have the upper hand. I don't care what you think. This is a colonizer we're dealing with. We have to remember what their game plan is. Always and forever, they intend for us to be their wards. You don't keep a system like that. Again, as we said, it's spiritually unsound. So, ladies and gentlemen, we go through all this to show you the United States most definitely went against the Constitution. When they try to say the atmosphere, the political atmosphere changed, they changed it. No one asked them to. This was not a representative type of multilateral or bilateral thing. It was unilateral. The United States acted on its own recognizance without any consent from American Indians. They are pushing you around, not just on the land, but with these acts, these political acts. They're just taking an authority like a guardian would. This is what comes with the Republic. The only thing is, once Negroes get a hold of it, they think all Negroes are going to keep following the leader because it's got a black face now. Well, you're listening to one who will not be on that bandwagon. I'm going to show you the clause that we're looking at right here, and you're going to go by it. And I'm going to have to demand that you pay the reparations or the compensation that the Republic owes. Why does the Republic owe American Indians? Because they took liberties that they, even in their own constitution, they were not supposed to take. But they're pulling the document of discovery, I'm sorry, the doctrine of discovery as their backup plan. When the Constitution does not do or say what they want it to do, they just go to the doctrine of discovery and boom, they make it happen. So again, you Republic looking American Indians, you're going to get hit with this thing by American Indians who are not down with the Republic. And you're going to pay back all the taxes that the Republic took. Yeah. You're not going to get the free ride that foreigner got. No, you're not. You're not going to be able to overlook this like colonizer did. What we're looking at, colonizer is ignoring that. But the truth is, We're not going to go by any of the Constitution. We're just going to hold you to it because you're a republic. I'm not part of a republic. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so now I think we can move on to back to what we were looking at. Uh, I think we can stop there. Oh man, we have okay. Okay, so now that we cleared that up, we are showing and proving that the United States did go against the Constitution because they didn't consult anyone to make these amendments, right? Indians didn't ask to be United States citizens. It was thrust upon them. So here, the legal shift. The U.S. government did not go against this clause. Instead, the legal landscape changed. Oh, landscape is the word. Yeah. Following the Indian Citizenship Act of 1924, all Native Americans were granted. They didn't ask for it. You didn't have to grant it to them. They didn't ask you for it. You see how they do, ladies and gentlemen? All Native Americans were granted. That's like being granted a slot at the guillotine. That's like being granted to be target practice at the shooting range. It's like being granted being a crash car dummy without the damn crash car. Modern taxation status. Indians are not taxed, so they shouldn't be part of any modern taxation status. Because Native Americans became U.S. citizens against their will. Let's read that again. Because Native Americans became U.S. citizens because they were forced to, they became subject to federal income tax. How convenient. Federal income taxes, like all other Americans. All other who? You mean all other foreigners? Therefore, the status of Indians not taxed ceased to exist individually. See, why are you saying individual? Ladies and gentlemen, we just call them out again. They showing up again, ladies and gentlemen. So you just said to me now, with that word alone, that this was not about Indian tribes. You just said, therefore, the status of Indians not taxed ceased to exist individually, because that's who it was for. Individual Indians who were not part of tribes. Yet on that first bullet point, they're lying to us, saying something about they lived in tribal lands or they were part of a tribe or maintained tribal allegiance. They're dancing around the wording there, ladies and gentlemen. Because I think they don't want to say they were part of tribes, so they're going to say they had maintained tribal allegiance. Even if I did maintain tribal allegiance, but I was not part of a tribe, I'm not supposed to be taxed. So I don't know what they mean by tribal allegiance. Are they part of a tribe or not? What do you mean by tribal allegiance? They don't want to say Indian tribe, ladies and gentlemen. They don't want to say it because they know that they're talking out of two sides of their mouth. But we just uh, called you a fraud uh, with this last bullet point, the modern taxation status. Because Native Americans became U.S. citizens without their consent, they became subject to federal income taxes like all other Americans. Well, that was the goal. This is a corporation. Do you think they're gonna sit for long with all these American Indians here not paying taxes? This is how they became so damn. I believe this is how they became so powerful. They're using our energy. And so the federal government has more power than the states because they're grabbing all Indians in a United States citizenship that has nothing to do with the states. When you are a United States citizen, again, we'll say it again and again, you are a citizen to the District of Columbia, the 10-mile square, that belongs to Britain. So they just told us this was for individual Indians, not tribal Indian. By the 1940 US Census, the government officially recognized that all Indians were now taxed under the law, rendering the constitutional exclusion obsolete. They made, do you hear this, ladies and gentlemen? They took a whole clause and just that, like we said, they're ignoring it. When these delusional American Indians try to resurrect a republic, they are not going to be able to ignore it. We won't allow it. We won't allow it. So, more you lose in the end. You won for a long time through utter deception, lies, deceit. But it boils down to your mission was to brainwash American Indians into thinking that they are you, thereby making them foreigners on their own land, and they blindly follow you. And the ultimate would be for them, these half Indians, to actually take your place and continue this fraud of taxing Indians, making them citizens, making us foreigners. You think we're going to allow a blackface to do that? It was you the whole time, but now that you're losing traction with because you're losing the whites who not just in numbers. I don't even think whites are willing to be the replacement in this awakening. Now they had the numbers for a while, but the whole face of America, it has changed. Uh, and the Moors are shaking in their boots because they no longer have a scapegoat. Um, I believe that's why the pandemic was very important to try to equal out those numbers, try to get our populations down. I believe that was done with the jab. Shabba dabba doo. Yeah. And now they have to get a black face to take the authority that Caucasians had. And so we have a bunch of YouTubers talking about they go by the law, they're very civil, they studied law, and oh, we want our republic, and Donald Trump is going to give it to us. That's not how power works, ladies and gentlemen. It doesn't have to be violent, but you do have to know how to speak your sovereignty. Yes, you do. You're gonna have to write it too. Yes, you do. It's not hard. It's actually very easy. You just have to stand in it and not be moved by some more telling you that Donald Trump is he just turned the whole government to you. Listen, he could keep that shit. This government ain't never did shit for me, okay? Not in any way that had any long-term effects or beneficial effects for us as a whole, okay? When it comes to American Indians. Whoever thinks that this government did, you are thoroughly delusional. You really need to stop talking to Moors. So they rendered Article 1, Section 2. They're telling you, they're explaining to you why they always skip Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3, because they think it's obsolete. You think wrong, baby. Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3 is not the end of our trip, ladies and gentlemen. Once we get this bastard beast to understand that you just don't take away parts of the Constitution, uh, and we're just talking as not as if it's our Constitution, just by protocol. if you're acting in earnest. You don't get to do that when the stakes are extremely high for the welfare of American Indians. No. We can't have you. Well, what we're going to do, ladies and gentlemen, is call out the doctrine of discovery and trust and believe all of this other bullshit will fall just from that alone. Really, the game plan is not to deal with this Constitution, but to get something uprooted, you got to go to its source. The Constitution is not the source. So, I'm talking about it, but the truth is to uproot the issue, you have to go to the root. The root of this beast is the doctrine of discovery, not the Constitution, not even Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3. So we're going to recalibrate. No, we're not going to attack uh, Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3, or attack, that's not part of the. What we're going to do is, I'm sorry, not, it's not attack. What we're going to do is dispute the authority that the doctrine of discovery gave to foreign colonizers. That's what the more thorough American Indian will have to do. You have to go to the source, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so even though they're making Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3 obsolete, the doctrine of discovery will make the whole damn thing obsolete. You want to do you in the game of making things obsolete? Okay, let's play it completely. My move and any other Indian who means business, we're gonna make the whole thing obsolete. You making the law obsolete? Okay, we're gonna make the origin of the entire system obsolete. How often does the U.S. oppose the Constitution? So we just want to know, is this the only time it just made things up? And of course, AI is programmed to fight for the colonizer. The US government cannot legally act in direct opposition to the Constitution. When a federal law or executive action conflicts with the Constitution, the U.S. Supreme Court steps in to either strike down the law as unconstitutional. Hmm. But when you strike down the Constitution, like we just read they did, they made that part of the Constitution obsolete. Then we're just we're just going around in a circle of stupid, okay? So uh, let's add to what the Republic can do. They can strike down the law as unconstitutional, and when they can't do that, they can just strike down the Constitution, as they did with Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3. Number two, they can reinterpret the Constitution. Now that you're telling the truth right there to fit new legal definition. Oh, see, ladies and gentlemen, that is a huge ass problem. New legal definitions. So we're in a always changing type of willy-nilly English system of law. So they can strike down the law or the Constitution. So that there's no need for a Constitution, ladies and gentlemen. When the Supreme Court can just do whatever the hell it wants, right? Based on the doctrine of discovery, reinterpret the Constitution to fit new legal definitions. That just sounds hella ratchet. Ooh, that sends like a chill down your spine. Lord, that's what having a quote unquote plenary authority means. They can do whatever the hell they want. It's their interpretation, not yours. Their legal definitions, not yours. Who makes up these legal definitions, ladies and gentlemen? Do you think the regular old citizen is doing that? I think not. I think not. In federal Indian law, the Supreme Court frequently reinterpreted or expanded federal power beyond what was explicitly written in the Constitution. What gave them the power to do that, ladies and gentlemen? We say it all the time. Can we say it together? The doctrine of discovery. We got to read that again. In federal Indian law, the Supreme Court frequently reinterpreted or expanded or struck down completely the parts of the Constitution. Federal power beyond what was explicitly written in the Constitution. So, see, ladies and gentlemen, they went beyond the Constitution with the doctrine of discovery, but they also made parts of the Constitution obsolete, we just read. So they're giving us more examples of the ratchet, unlawful, illegal, criminal behavior of the Republic. For example, the Constitution gives Congress the power to regulate commerce with Indian tribes. But the Supreme Court expanded this into plenary power. You see, this is what what's his name? That judge we just talked about. Oh Lord, I don't know. Oh my goodness, I'm forgetting his name completely. That black judge, because we're gonna call him black. Clarence Thomas. Okay. This is what he realized he and admitted was the wrong move by the Supreme Court. He said they wasn't supposed to have all this power because it's not really in the Constitution. So let's read that again. In federal Indian law, which Peter DeRico, the author, the attorney author, says is actually federal anti-Indian law. Get his book on Amazon, Federal Anti-Indian Law. For those who think we want a republic, he's going to tell you what the republic all about, okay? And if you're going to take up those reins, you're going to have to pay the restitution and fund, the American Indians return to their full sovereign position. The federal Indian law In federal Indian law, the Supreme Court frequently reinterpreted or expanded federal power beyond what was explicitly written in the Constitution. For example, the Constitution gives Congress the power to regulate commerce with Indian tribes. See, Indian tribes, not individual Indians, not taxed. You see? You see, we read about individual Indians, not taxed. That's the difference between the Commerce Clause, these Indian tribes, and Indians not taxed, which they made obsolete. But the Supreme Court expanded this into plenary power, giving Congress absolute legislative control over tribes, a sweeping power not explicitly detailed in the text of the Constitution itself. What we have learned, ladies and gentlemen, from Judge John Marshall himself, is that the U.S. Republic relies heavily on the doctrine of discovery to obtain all its humongous Wizard of Oz great and powerful powers. The doctrine of discovery has given them all of that. 3, did Indians initiate the ward status? Okay, so we just threw that in there. No, Native Americans did not initiate the ward status. It was forced upon them by the U.S. Supreme Court to strip tribes of their absolute international sovereignty and justify federal dominance. Hello. And that's how you are a ward, ladies and gentlemen. The U.S. Supreme Court, part of the Republic, stripped tribes of their absolute international sovereignty and justified federal dominance. Okay? The concept was invented. It was what? Invented entirely by Chief. When I said to you in the last video, how can you imagine going into a court after you studied law? Say you became almost like a lawyer in your fastidious knowledge or uh, uh, you know knowledge. Is that what I said twice? Of uh, constitutional law. You go into a courtroom where Judge John Marshall is presiding, and you know you're going to win because you studied, and you studied. Sitting there expecting him to go by the laws of the land. You are quite shocked to find out that he tells you lost because I'm not going by any laws you know of. I'm making them up as I'm inventing them based on the doctrine of discovery. This is what the Republic does, ladies and gentlemen, at the highest level of the Republic. You go in there after you study the law, only to have this man invent a new law as you're standing there arguing your case. Did we just not read that that is exactly what the Supreme Court did and does? The concept of being a ward was invented entirely by Chief Justice John Marshall in the landmark Supreme Court case Cherokee Nation versus Georgia. That was 1831. So we got that wrong. We thought it was 1823 when the first of the John Marshall trilogy, threes, they do things in threes. It's a trilogy, three cases where they just drag Indians into slavery and landlessness. The Cherokee stance. The Cherokee Nation sued Georgia to remain completely independent, arguing they were a foreign nation under international treaties. The court's ruling. Justice John Marshall rejected their claim as a foreign nation. Instead, he defined tribes as domestic dependent nations. He wrote that their relationship to the United States resembles that of a ward to his guardian. The practical impact. This legal status was created unilaterally, meaning single-handedly by the United States without any agreement or consent by any Indian in any fucking tribe. This legal status of being a ward, that's your status, uh, Indians, civilized tribes, that's your status. Okay? You are a ward. We tell you this all the time. This is why we don't want a freaking republic. The Indians who know, okay? This legal status was created unilaterally by the United States. It was used for the next century to justify taking tribal lands, enforcing forced cultural assimilation, and managing tribal resources without Native American consent, treating them as legal children under U.S. oversight. You want to know the standing of civilized Indians, civilized tribes, and all Indians unless they take a stand and don't step stupid with a Moor advising you to be and remain a ward? In this system, you are a ward. When you wake up as an American Indian and you just say to yourself, all I have to do is go to the federal government and tell them I'm an American Indian, and boom, I'm made it. I've arrived. Yes, you just arrived to your wardship and plenary authority under your guardian. Have you arrived? No, you have not. If you want to look closer at this legal evolution, yeah, it just makes my day, doesn't it? Tell me if you want to explore the Supreme Court cases that expanded federal plenary power over tribes. How the 14th Amendment treated Native Americans regarding citizenship. The specific state tax exemptions that modern tribal members still hold today. They were not supposed to be tax exemptions, y'all. Indians not taxed, as we say before, is not the same as being tax exempt. Tax exempt is something granted to citizens. Indians not taxed are not citizens. They are simply not taxed because they're Indians, not because the state said, okay, you don't have to pay today, but check with me tomorrow. No, we don't. That's not what it's supposed to be. Do you see why they had to obliterate Article 1, Section 2 clause? Do you know how much money they would lose once Indians? See, the funny thing is, Indians, I do think it's in our favor either way, because once, if even if they did go to the Constitution, they would not collect all the quote unquote revenue that they have been collecting from Indians that they were never supposed to. And I do believe they would owe that to us on top of compensation for the attempted genocide and the pirating. You know. So it's not only that we'd stop paying taxes, they would have to be held liable for what unilaterally making us citizens without our consent. Do you see how doomed this damn republic is? Especially if you're someone who is looking for a republic. Do you see the baggage you will be taking on? Now, this is only domestically. We know the republic has done some things, shall we say, internationally. You will be responsible for all of that without the same amount of funds that you collected from Indians who were being taxed when they weren't supposed to. You owe all of that to American Indians. But we don't want it. You know what? You could avoid all of this just giving us our land back and leaving. That's one way you can avoid this. That's one way. I mean, you still owe us. So, um, but really, um, you don't belong here. So, ladies and gentlemen, I didn't really want, I think I had another slide and I kind of was hoping. Yeah, we did have another one. How are Indians not taxed different from Indian tribes? But maybe, do I want to go into that? Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we just read this piece. We did have one more, but I don't even know if I want to go through this because we kind of broke it down already. But do we want to? How are Indians not taxed in Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3 different from Indian tribes? Well, we kind of went over that in Article 1, Section 8, Clause 3. Or how do we know that Indians not taxed are Indians in tribes if the Constitution does not explicitly state that they are in tribes, especially since Congress broke up Indian tribes in a Dawes Act that Indians, wait a minute, it should be had not asked for. Yeah, I misspoke there, ladies and gentlemen. We didn't ask for the Dawes Act. The legal difference between the two clauses. The Constitution addresses, there we go, Native Americans. They always changed Indian. When you say Indians, they say Native Americans who didn't arrive to the party until the 1900s, like the mid to late 1900s. There was no such thing as Native Americans uh, up to that point. In two distinct places because it is separating individual political status from sovereign collective government. See, there you go with the individual again. So I think they're just saying it without saying it when we see them refer to individuals. That is what we've been saying on this channel. Indians not taxed were individual Indians who were not in tribes. But, they have their own way of interpreting shit, as we know, right? And it's very kind of confusing. So the constitutional clause, Indians not taxed, Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3. Explicit focus, individual. It's about individuals, right? So you answered my question. The phrase, okay, legal definition and function. The phrase used exclusively for census apportionment. We were not supposed to be apportioned. It identified individual Native Americans who maintained tribal allegiance and lived on sovereign lands because they did not pay. Nah, no, 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 no. See, they just slide into a lie. They were not on sovereign lands. They were in the states. And that's why they had to be specified. If you were on a tribe, they knew you were outside of the state. You see what I'm saying, ladies and gentlemen? If you were in tribal land, they would know not to count you automatically. But if you're in a state, this is what they're referring to. Indians not taxed were individuals, not tribes, individuals in state. An individual is not a tribe, ladies and gentlemen. So they were individuals not on reservations. They were individuals in the state. This is what they don't want to say. Well, it doesn't matter because like they said, they just eradicated the whole thing because they know that it's some bullshit they're trying to say. But they still are lying, although they made it obsolete, as they say. They made Article 1. Did you know that article? I mean, we deduced it, ladies and gentlemen, but today we officially read that it was made obsolete. I think we did read that once before, but it's just hard to comprehend that they can make part of the Constitution obsolete. And I think it would be interesting to find out where else have they made portions of the Constitution obsolete. This would be very interesting. But I think they would only do it with American Indians because that's their threat. The threat of the Republic is Indians actually being sovereign. That is the big threat. So they definitely had to make Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3 obsolete. Okay? Indian tribes are sovereign entities. See? Entities. Individual entities. You see the single plural thing going on? That's all we're saying, but they have to say it in some kind of convoluted way. How are you an individual Indian yet part of a tribe? How? It doesn't make sense, ladies and gentlemen, because that's why they had to make this obsolete, because they can't make it make sense. So Indian tribes, their legal definition and function, remember they can make up definitions, by the way. If that top definition doesn't make sense, it's probably because they made that up. They make this shit up. We read that. They can change the meaning. Didn't we read that? Yes, we did. They can change the meaning of legal terms. This is the wishy-washy, murky, Moorish land of technology, okay? So located in the Commerce Clause. Indian tribes are located in the Commerce Clause, right? This recognizes tribes as distinct political governments on par with foreign nations. See, an individual can't be that. You see, an Indian not taxed is a bunch of Indians that are not together in a tribe, okay? But Indian tribes are distinct political government. Yeah, but that's where you're pulling the most authority, plenary authority, over Indian tribes. You see? Okay. On par with foreign nations, you're not on par with foreign nations. You're domestic dependent. See, this thing, even AI is like going with the lies, y'all. And the several states, it grants Congress the exclusive authority that they say is plenary authority to manage trade, treaties, and diplomatic relations with these tribal nations. Oh, they do much more than that. They do much more than that. Like we said, they could regulate how often you go to the bathroom if they felt like it, because that's the kind of authority that they're giving themselves. They again, you if we gave you the time you could go to the bathroom at 1 o'clock and you go at 2, we're gonna have to sew up that little doodle maker because we said that you can't go at a certain time. We're gonna have to take that up after a certain time. You're gonna hold that shit till the next opportunity that we give you. That's plenary authority, okay? How do we know Indians not taxed were in tribes? How do we know? So I'm asking, how do we know that they were in tribes? While the phrase Indians not taxed does not explicitly include the word tribe, yeah, because it's not talking about tribes. In that specific sentence, we know they were tribal members through the clear historical definitions used by the framers of the U.S. Supreme Court. Oh Lord, by the framers and the U.S. Supreme Court. Again, Indians not included in these, uh, you know, interpretations. That don't make what we just read just now does not make sense to me. How do we know Indians not taxed were in tribes? I think they're gaslighting me. I think what they're saying is they used to be in tribes, and that's what they're not explicitly saying. It says while the phrase Indians not taxed does not explicitly include the word tribes, in that specific sentence, we know they were tribal members through the clear historical definitions used by the framers and the U.S. Supreme Court. No, ladies and gentlemen, I believe we're in double talk land because, yes, Indians typically were in tribes. But what we're saying is that clause is not referring to Indians who are in tribes. It could be referring to Indians that used to be in tribes, but they are no longer. That's why it doesn't say tribes. But AI, AI is trained to make up stuff just like the Republic does. Legal term of art. In 18th century law, Indians not taxed was a specific legal category. Individual Native Americans who voluntarily left their nations. See, now they're saying the opposite of what they said. They're saying it's again, like we said, individual American Indians who voluntarily left their nations, assimilated into American towns. Oh my God. They just said that is not what they said earlier, ladies and gentlemen. Didn't we see where they say they were tribes, had allegiance to their tribes? Now they're changing the definition. A legal term of art. In 18th century law, Indians not taxed was a specific legal category. Individual Native Americans who voluntarily, it wasn't always voluntary, ladies and gentlemen, they were given ultimatums, basically. They were being coerced to leave their tribes under threat and duress. Okay? Remember, you couldn't even say you were an Indian without being molested in the legal system. They didn't want you to identify as Indian. So that is saying they voluntarily left, yeah, under duress. Left their nations, assimilated into American towns, and paid local property taxes, were counted as part of the state's population. Therefore, the only Indians who were not taxed were those. What? No, 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 no. See that I thought they were going in one direction, ladies and gentlemen. They're saying Indians not taxed with some specific legal category. The only Indians who were not taxed were those remaining under the jurisdiction of their sovereign tribal government. They're confusing me, ladies and gentlemen. It's very convoluted, but we did have that document from the Census Bureau of the Census. that said, it just said it flat. Indians not taxed were remnants of uncivilized tribes, remnants of uncivilized tribes. So they were not tribes at all. They were remnants of uncivilized tribes. These are just single Indians. So in this answer, they're like at making them both. I'm confused by that. So they're saying Indians not taxed was a term of art. Individual who left their nations. Therefore, the only Indians who were not taxed were those remaining under the jurisdiction of their sovereign. No, no, no. You just said they assimilated and lived in towns. What? But they say Indians not taxed, paid local property taxes. Does that make sense? Indians not taxed, assimilated, and paid local property taxes. You just saying to me that Indians not taxed are paying property tax. They're Indians not taxed. What are you talking about? Were counted. They were not supposed to be counted in the state's population. That's the whole point of mentioning them, because only free persons. So let me ask you something, ladies and gentlemen. We read that free persons were counted. Were the free persons in the reservation? You see what I'm saying? So how are you counting Indians and free persons? If the Indians are in a reservation, that means free persons are not even there. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is all convoluted. I think they're talking like in gibberish. Indians not taxed had to be specified because they weren't in tribes. You see what I'm saying? So that's why in other words, normally we would count you because you're among free persons. The reason why we're saying you're not taxed is because you are living among free persons, but we're not going to count you with those free persons. They can't be talking about a tribe, ladies and gentlemen, because free persons are not in a tribe. So you won't be counting within the tribe. You see what I'm saying? So that's what we're trying to establish here, ladies and gentlemen. So we're on page 2, and we're going to take a quick break. We are back, and thank you for your patience. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we have just crossed into dimension of sight, sound. We have entered the Twilight Zone. So they are jumbling things together, and we had to use some separation techniques to understand that they are bullshitting us again, because the whole point of Indians Not Taxed is to separate those Indians who are among free persons, not on a reservation. That's the point of Indians Not Taxed. But then they realize, we can't make this sound right. How about we just make it obsolete? Because they know that this thing is not really holding up water, although they will continue to lie to us in this paragraph that makes no damn sense. You just said Indians Not Taxed was a specific legal category. Individual Native Americans who voluntarily left their nations, assimilated into American towns. See, they were among free persons and paid but you just said they're Indians not taxed. So why are they paying local property tax? See, they're gaslighting us, ladies and gentlemen. Your brain is supposed to start boiling at this point. This is a classic Moorish technique, yo. These are the masters of this system, yo. Yes, Yes. This thing says that Indians not taxed is a legal term of art. That means they pay taxes. Doesn't even make sense. Indians not taxed and paid local property taxes. No, they were in, you're right to a certain point. They were living among free persons, but they were not paying taxes, yo, and they were not counted. That's why they had to make that clause because they're saying if don't count them when you go to count your free persons. If they were in tribes, they wouldn't have to differentiate them from free persons who were being counted. The reservation would be like sectioned off. It wouldn't bleed into the state or the town. So enumerators would know not to go on that reservation. So it was understood, you know what I'm saying? If that were the case. But it's the opposite. Indians not taxed were not on reservations, just like they told us in the beginning of this. But then they switched it up and said that's why they paid. No, they didn't. This is the United States system making sure that their pockets are fat by making up this damn lie, a bold-faced lie. They were not taxed. That's why it says Indians not taxed, dummy. You trying to freak with my fucking intelligence? You're gonna have to come better than that. Supreme Court affirmation. Well, we know the Supreme Court is biased as a guardian to award, so of course it's not going to be in our favor. In the landmark case Elk versus Wilkins, here we go. Okay, 1884, the Supreme Court explicitly ruled that individual Native American born in the U.S. was not automatically a citizen. Oh Lord. The court stated that tribal Indians owed their primary allegiance to their independent communities or tribes and were therefore the exact Indians not taxed excluded by the Constitution. You see, ladies and gentlemen, if they had to make a Supreme Court case, that's telling me that he's, taking that authority from the doctrine of discovery. And like we saw that they create, what was the word? I think the word was create. They create uh laws right on the spot. Um they're just going down a rabbit hole of lies because they're trying to justify taxing Indians not taxed. It's not making sense, ladies and gentlemen. Uh, if we went just by the wording of the Constitution, even Indians not taxed is just for all Indians, whether they are in tribes or not. If we just took the Constitution at face value, being in a tribe or being a Indian in living among free persons in a state, none of you would be taxed if they went by the Constitution. But we have a lot of, you know, creative writing and decision making going on from these Supreme Court because the Supreme Court said that they are the guardian. So, and they can make up laws. We read that they can make up laws. Yes. Did Native Americans ask for the Dawes Act? No, Native Americans did not ask for the Dawes Act. So that means we didn't ask to be broken up in tribes from our tribes, you know? It was heavily resisted by tribal leaders across the country. The Dawes Act, General Allotment Act, was a unilateral federal law designed to completely dissolve tribal structures. You see where we're going with this, ladies and gentlemen? We're showing that the United States is making decisions in its own best interest. If you dissolve tribes and then tell me that, oh, these Indians were in tribes, well, you're making tribes obsolete. Why? You're making slaves out of American Indians. We might have been indentures of some weird sort because, again, who do we owe when all the land is ours? How do we owe you? So even being an indenture doesn't make sense. But what this government did with us, they took us from indenture to uh just a complete slavery at subjugation. We might have been indentures, even though that's ridiculous. But this government, the Republic, they made us the most damnable of all slaves on earth. With just because it's all under the guise that we are quote unquote sovereign nations, but it couldn't be farther from the truth. Don't lie if you're making me a fucking slave and say that I'm sort of somehow a sovereign nation. You're gaslighting me, or you're trying to, and you're doing a horrible job. But I have to admit, it did work for a long time. We don't know what kind of black voodoo magic the Moors work to make that happen, but I do think the religion definitely put us in spellbound mode, made us more spell castable. Uh, as in victims of their spell casting through by being in their religion. So we didn't ask for the door to be broken up in our tribes. It was unilateral federal law designed to completely dissolve tribal structures, forcibly assimilate Native American Indians, and strip them of their communal land. That is what it was really about. Man, the land we had, well, it was all our land, right? They just made sure they broke us up so we wouldn't need that much land. And they take our land in lots and then give us a little block and lot, and everybody else, all foreigners as well. Who actually pushed for the Dawes Act? White reformers, groups like the Friends of the Indian, believed that communal land ownership was uncivilized. They argued that forcing Native Americans to become individual private property farmers was the only way to save them from extinction. Wow, it's like talking crazy. Breaking us up is saving us from extinction. You a damn liar. And don't get fooled by the white reformers. Moors are also pushing for us to stay dominated. Else they would tell you, break out of this, bro. Start your own shit and we'll support you in that. Then we'll take our nigger ass back onto Africa where we belong and hope you want to do some kind of trade with us because otherwise we don't got shit. You're too proud for that. But every move they make just shows us how lacking they are in character, resources, integrity, spirituality. Land speculators and railroads. Private corporate interests heavily lobbied for the act because any tribal land left over after individual parcels were handed out was declared surplus and sold to white settlers. The resistance. Tribal nations fought fiercely against the law. For example, the five civilized tribes. Hey, boy. I hate to inform y'all, when you colonizers ho, or you can fight all you want, it just makes it sweeter for Sweet Daddy when it comes time to do the do. Including the Cherokee, Choctaw, and Muscogee, successfully used their treaties to lobby for an initial exemption from the Dawes Act. Congress simply overrode their sovereignty later by passing the Curtis Act of 1898, which forcibly extended allotment to those tribes, broke up their governments, and abolished tribal courts. without their consent. Yet you still have these five civilized tribes batting for colonizer. That's why I just don't know how they can be American Indians, y'all. They have to be Moors because, again, the only standing a Moor has is with this republic. They cannot stand on this land. While they say that they're just like us, they look like us, they walk like us, they talk like us, yet the big difference is so apparent in how you fight to keep this republic, because without it, you'd have to go back to the hard knocks life you really belong in, that you're trying to trade with us, trying to call us African, and you try to be American more, but you're not. So, man, it's just so sad that the Cherokee finally got their little constitution going. They finally started writing with Roman alphabet, doing everything that colonizer want them to do and want them to be. And then colonizer, in an angry Ike Turner move, just swiftly, it's like they just took the Cherokee by the head and bashed their head in the fish tank before the horrible rape occurred. It's like, look at this, ladies and gentlemen. They just started following colonizers' protocol, and then colonizers say, "Okay, thank you. Time for you to move along." At first, they lobbied for exemption from the Dawes Act not to be broken up, but then they bitch maker pimp daddy said something about the Curtis Act of 1898 and forced his hoe into allotments to lose the tribes, broke up their governments, and abolished tribal courts. Ooh, abolished tribal courts without their consent. If you want to investigate this legal error further, tell me if you want to explore what you want to explore. I think I've had quite enough. The Curtis Act of 1898, how it stripped the five tribes of their courts. Wow. Y'all want the republic, right? Look what it do. This what you want? You might get what you want, but don't think that every Indian gonna settle for that crap. You can settle for being dominated all you want. You might like it. I don't know. It seems like you do. Do you know what a republic is? Oh, so the more that you invited on your show told you what it was? Oh, no wonder you think you want it. How the 14th Amendment restated the Indians not tax phrase. Restated. Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna you just can't take too much of this in one. This was too much, but we want to say, once again, let's go back to the basics, and we're gonna focus on that and realize this is what they made obsolete for a reason. Okay, and I like that we saw David Wilkins, I think his name was, who told us that Indians were forced into a citizenship, uh, thrust into a citizenship against their will. We did not want to be citizens. But today it's the polar opposite. Indians think that they're supposed to be citizens. Let's look at that one more time. Okay, because we really gonna get this work. I'm sorry, y'all ain't gonna gaslight me. Y'all civilized Indians, you talk amongst yourselves because you are not going to pull us into a second direct gaslighting by other Indians instead of colonizer. It's not going to happen. As political scientist and member of the Lumbee tribe of North Carolina, David E. Wilkins has written, he wrote this. Native people did not ask for U.S. citizenship, but rather the 1924 law thrust citizenship upon them without their consent. Now, we said earlier, it was thrust upon we colored original American Indians, so-called colored, in 1868, years before Native Americans got it. We were thrust into it first because we're the real American Indians. And we were thrust in it as the only alternative to the ridiculous notion of indentured slavery. This is what the United States citizenship was to save us from, but all it did was pulled us into a much more insidious slavery. We were not citizens. Take a screenshot, please. To be in a republic, you have to be a citizen. Thank you for joining us, ladies and gentlemen, in this installment of Indians did not have a republic. The Republic series. Thank you so much. Oh, we managed to stay awake because we're going to have to get ready for work in just a few. So, again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for watching. Thank you for your time. Please decide what kind of Indian you're going to be. If you want a republic, know what you're getting into and know that all Indians will not be following you. So we know it's not going to be, oh, we all joined in a happy family of Indian Republic. Nope. You're going to become just like colonizer, keep following colonizer all the darn time. Nuh-uh. You got to stop that. You got to stop that. Stand on your own like the man or woman you are and stop following colonizer to hell. That's all we say in a peaceful, loving manner. Till next time, thank you so much for watching. Be in state, first contact, non-republic, sovereign, true sovereign American Indians that you are. Till next time.